Hi, everybody. Well, today we're going to keep on going about the Mitch Snow uh, case. I mean, this is just incredible. I mean, Gary Melton, he keeps on digging his hole deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And I just finished, sorry, I just finished listening to the interview or the phone conversation between Gary Melton and Mitch Snow, which I guess Gary's not too happy that that was recorded, and I don't think he's going to be any more happier that it's out on the internet. So we're going to take a look at that. This had originally, the slides I had prepared to cover the Alex Jones, and then we get into, examination of family courts again, continuing on with that. We looked at, the testimony of Lainey Snow, or her conversation when she came online on Gary Melton's platform. So this is going to be another part of the saga, I'll tell you. I mean, when I read Machiavelli when I was at Foxcroft, I was like, yeah, that's about the way everybody is. But I mean, come on, you guys. This is what that. Yeah, it was pretty. I'm just thinking of Gary, how he must be fuming at the moment and so angry about the conversation that took place there. Hold on. Okay, so this, as I said, I was going to do this, but let's jump in and listen to this first. Is this going to be right? Okay.
Yeah. What's going on, man? Yeah, so I'm a former First Group guy. I saw your interview with Candace, and I just had a few questions for you.
You do? Okay, are we being recorded or anything? Are we being... let me jump in my car here.
Mitch is no fool.
Yeah,
he's been in this game for so long.
He knows all this shit. He had some ideas. Well, and who are you again? Your Nate? Gary. Sorry, Nelson?
Just a second. Melton. M-E-L-T-O-N.
Okay.
Gary Melton.
All right. What kind of questions you got for me?
Well, I'd like to know a little bit more about... I'd like to know a little bit more about your history. You're kind of saying that you're, a former SF guy.
Yeah.
When did you go to the Q course?
Oh, back in 1991. I can get you the class date probably in a few.
Okay. Would it be possible for you to say, look, if your story checks out, I'm all about it, man. I don't want to, I'm not here to do you dirty or anything like that, but obviously we have a regiment, and we take that stuff very seriously. Would it be possible for you to send me your DD-214?
Sure. The only thing you haven't done is told me who you're with.
Oh, so I'm with, basically like Valhalla, I have a YouTube channel. Paramount Tactical. I know Nate. I just talked to Nate yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, he's a good guy, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of his.
We're great. We're good friends, and
Okay.
I see. Yeah. So if you could send me your DD-214, and we can verify your story, and we can get to the bottom of we all want the truth.
Sure.
And, you know, that's what it's all about.
We do too.
Yeah, that's actually what we're all trying to do. Did it just switch
how
over?
long were you at group?
How long were you at group? Sorry, the phone's switching to Bluetooth.
We're switching to Bluetooth
okay.
here for. Give it a minute for the fight for the Bluetooth here.
No worries.
Oh, there it goes. Good job.
How long was I in group?
Yes, sir.
About from '93. What was it? March. I want to say February, March of '93 until November of 15 November 1996.
You said, I'll say it one more time for me, Mitch.
February, March.
February, March
of 93.
93 until
Okay.
15 November 96.
96. And what was your MOS?
18 Charlie.
Now I know in some of the other documents and stuff, you said you were a medic as well.
I went through the 300 F1 course, broke my back there down in Fort Sam, Houston. It was just something stupid, you know. Sergeant Dagnon, you can probably look him up on SF Brothers or something. He's a good guy, but also I think every one of us are assholes. I was just one of the young guys that he convinced to go up to. I was known for going up to the Guadalupe River between Fort Sam and or between San Antonio and Austin.
Yep.
Great place to go vacation, yeah, all that stuff. And in the summertime, they do. They float down the river, and the girls show us all their tits and stuff. It's fun time. I was young, honey.
I know,
Yeah.
I get it.
I'm a guy, you know, you like that part. So look, no, I was known for going up there, and we were running into a problem qualifying guys, getting them their jumps in for hazardous duty pay. He knew I was going up there, so I took the route he told me, but we didn't, you know, count on the fact that winter there had been a what do you call those things? A sinkhole that developed there, and it ate away at the little cliff, and I ended up falling like 60 feet. I broke my everything, broke all the tarsals of my feet, calcaneus, both calcaneuses, left kneecap shredded in half. I had to squeeze that back on. Lower lumbar, first, second, and third lumbars. Later on, we found out that I also had broken my C5 and 6. Complete dislocation of left arm, torn labrum. You know,
You're lucky. You're not only lucky that you're alive. You're lucky you can still even walk.
It was that's a God thing. There was a colonel.
Yeah, and then later Gary, and I'm pretty sure it's Gary, but later and all over the place, Mitch is like mocked for his back. Oh, his poor back. And it was particularly his ex-wife or his divorcing wife. Oh yeah, it is.
Hold on, I remember his name. He's a good guy. Starts with Firth, Colonel Firth. He was in charge of the 300 F1 course back then, and he wanted me to go right back into the course because they couldn't recycle people back then. We didn't have enough slots, and that was like the first time I ever stood up for myself, and I said, "Look, people, I'm broken head to toe. I need some time off." I told him I have to go home for a little bit, and I think I took 3 weeks. I went home and climbed mountains. I'm an idiot. But they put me in a Jewett brace. I came back and I had to get recycled into the next class, but they wouldn't be able to get me in for like a year or so. But I was right at the point of starting the internship, and then that's right before they sent me back to Bragg for Goat Lab. So I pretty much had, I did the internship at the Brookhaven Medical Center burn ward.
Yeah.
So I was in the middle of that when all this happened.
So did you ever go to an ODA?
Yeah, ODA 163166. Yeah.
I'm sorry, 163?
163
Uh-huh.
and 166.
So you were a first group?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. So what was that? Yeah, I was at I was on 183, 185.
Oh, so you're an old dog too, because you got the old numbers. All right.
Yeah. They actually, when I got there, I got there. We actually switched to 1323, and so I was there. I got there in 2006.
Oh, you got there.
So
that's actually a little bit. Were they still doing? Because I thought they switched the numbers up. Didn't they do that around 2000 or so?
No. It was 2006, 2007 that they went to the new numeric system.
Yeah, I haven't been able to figure out the numeric whatever system. Somebody tried to explain it to me before, and I don't know. Okay.
Well, it used to be obviously, first group, sixth company, third team, right? And now it's first. So it's first, like for 183 instead of being one first group, eighth company, third team. It is first group.
So forgive me, guess what? You've already lost me, sir.
Third battalion.
You've lost
Third
me.
battalion. Third battalion, second company, third team. So they just added the battalion in there is really what it is.
Yeah,
So
it gets so big. You need to keep on adding numbers.
I'm just gonna keep driving
it is
around for a little bit. We'll keep driving around while we got you on the card thing.
Oh, got you. Yeah.
Bluetooth. I'll get you documents. Not a problem.
Where do you want them
Sounds
sent
good.
to?
We got all the documents.
Where do you want them sent?
It's Gary at ParamountTactical.com.
Gary at Paramount.
I'll text it to you.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
I'll text
No
it.
offense, I'm going
I'll
to go
text
ahead
it.
and do my own lookup on you too, because I don't know, you sound
Absolutely.
suspect,
We gotta watch our back too.
I'll be calling you Private Snuffy on my own YouTube channel here soon. if you do,
I'm popping popcorn.
okay, sir, we're talking here, and I know why you're calling me and stuff. And I really have to laugh stuff up because I've been through some hellish shit, and I've been trying to warn our boys for a long while. But and I laugh and joke a lot because
That's how we get through.
it's just fucking ridiculous. But yeah, if you tell Nate, no, I've been a fan. I actually tried to get on his show. I paid money to try and give him the tip
Super chats, yeah.
that I had. I wanted him to vet me. Okay, you tell him that. I wanted to go through him, period. Because we both know.
Well, I'm sure I'll talk to Nate even today, but you're definitely. I think he has an invite for you to come on his show, and you definitely have an invite to come on my show. So.
Wow. I'm getting invited. Hold on, honey.
We'd love to feature you, and
Thank you.
look, if your story is true, this doing due diligence.
Oh yeah, there's people
sure
out there. I've only got like
it.
half the nation in TPUSA now trying to search me down and kill me and dig up all my dirty records and dirty laundry. Yeah, no.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no. I only know. I never meant for things to blow up like this.
No.
It was just a tip that I was just trying to get.
To candid, like
things just weighed on my heart.
We tried to get to Valhalla, and then we were talking to a friend. I mean, you heard the story.
We had a friend
Gary,
here. She's a cute little girl.
Yeah.
She has her own great story.
She's like a go-getter. She's like
and she
cheerleader.
heard what I had to say, and I just mentioned to her. I was like, "Yeah, we were."
Imagine he contacted Valhalla first. I mean, I've asked Baron Coleman, check out Baron Coleman, what he's doing. I saw this morning. I guess this is the one from last night. I check out all of these guys. This is what I've done for the vacation. They have my kids, so, and everybody in Washington's crazy. So anyway, check out Baron Coleman, because that gets into the domestic violence terrorist. So, I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy, but maybe it's all coming onto a head. I certainly hope that Mitch will be given a platform and expose all that's going on in the courts. It's disgusting.
We were trying to go through Valhalla and stuff, and you know, we got blown off, whatever. It's really hard to get through to these people because
everybody's busy.
Yeah, everybody's got an
They're all in their ivory towers.
Everybody's inundated.
Well, and just like, you know,
the volume.
How do you get through 4 million?
The volume.
Yeah,
exactly.
The volume of 4 million stories. How do you get through that?
I mean,
I've said this before, and I don't want to hear anybody say, no, but we have so many emails. Well, then put a triage system into your business and get your shit together. Because I'm sorry, you know, you all are playing the socialites. You want to play the socialites, and how shall I say it? Define what is important and what is not important, the norms and standards, Well, then, you know, it all comes with the territory. I'm a stupid shit that, you know, should go and jump off a bridge. No more wanted, the socialite from the past. You all are all professionals now. Well, you know, get your shit together. And that means listening to your constituency. And Marie Antoinette, she lost her head this way, guys.
You can't, it's like, yeah, it's just...
No problem. We've had the same problem with the FBI.
Yeah.
That being said, we mentioned it to her, and she's just all like, I've got to warn Candace. I'm going to message her right now on Instagram and write her an email.
And Mitch and I looked at each other like,
we looked at each other like, yeah, sure, okay, that's precious, Marcy. Okay,
go for it.
You do that. And before we got off the call, Candace Owens is calling me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the actual? You got to be kidding me. But no, I tried to tell Candace, you don't want my story. It's been a crazy long saga as to why I was at Fort Huachuca. And she kept pulling that thread. She wanted the vet, so I've gone through this with her. Went through this with who was it? Joe Kent.
Yeah.
Great guy, by the way. He's very busy. And I've sent him all the records, all that kind of stuff. I'll send them to you. Can you do me one favor? Just the guys around here, there's some vets around here. I've had a real problem with them. I give them records. Next thing you know, things get propagated. People copy stuff off. That's been one of the problems I've had around here with vets. I'm not a real, how should I say, not a real fan of a lot of vets around here.
Right. I mean, we don't trust people with documents.
Well,
I'll tell you, the lack of support that he's getting from the vets is the same lack of support that I'm getting from the other stay-at-home moms, housewives, trophy wives, whatever, you know, expat wives, all of the different groups who are my constituency and for whose rights I am fighting. But nobody wants to be involved in any unpleasantness. And the few that even take an interest just want to exploit or extort money from you.
Here's what I'll tell you, man. Listen, I think there's nothing more important than integrity. And if you send me any records, number one, I will look. I have a good reputation in the SF community and online and everywhere else. What I'm not going to do is, I'm not going to send your record to anybody.
Okay, I appreciate it.
I'll say that. I will confirm or deny your records verbally. I'm not here to smear you. I'm not here to mess with you or anything like that. I want to know if the story is true.
Yeah,
that's really what it comes down to. And I'm going to send you.
Throughout the about 2-hour conversation, Gary keeps on repeating and re-repeating and re-repeating. I mean, this is such a psyop conversation. I can't even stand it.
My personal contact information right now, and if you need anything from me beyond this, and like I said, I'd love to have you on the show. Okay. Let's get to the truth.
Yeah,
simple as that.
That sounds great.
And I haven't had a whole lot of luck. As a matter of fact, those guys in SF Brothers, I helped start that. I'm one of the people that helped at the beginnings of SF Brothers and Facebook and stuff. I'm one of the first 100 that got onto there. And to put that together for guys, because, you know, you probably remember since you were there earlier, if you got out prior to like 2006, you went out into a black abyss. You got cut off. I mean, it was hard enough to keep track of guys that you knew that were on the teams right across the hall from you, because everybody's on such a tempo. But then all of a sudden you're outside of group. People move, people change orders, people within a year, you're sort of cut off. And so we
lose contact with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole Facebook thing actually ended up being a good, place for everybody to sort of meet up
platform,
after. Yeah. And that's where, what was his name? He died a few years ago, the guy who started it. Really good guy. I still got him on the friends list somewhere. I'll remember it. But Thomas Drinkard, some of the old guys there, we put it together. They wanted me to be the admin at first, and I said, no, heck no. Because prior to that, I had worked for Microsoft, and I gave him hints and whatnot, and I was real glad when Bill Olson stepped up and take it over. But he turned out to, when things went bad for me like 2 years ago, I can tell you, those guys did not.
What happened 2 years ago?
Oh.
Was that with your custody battle and everything going on with your son?
Mm-hmm.
I have been trying to get divorced for 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah. They finally let me.
I've been there.
You went through a 10-year divorce?
Not 10 years, but I went through a really.
I love how Gary goes, I've been there. And he's like, you've been through a 10-year divorce. Oh, it's classic. Because I mean, people will belittle all of this, even with Candace Owens and everybody, it's just some divorce drama. I mean, these are crimes against humanity. What's going on in here? And there is ample evidence that this child is being sexually molested by the mother. This is human trafficking. I mean, we're really getting into the rabbit hole of human trafficking and child trafficking and this whole thing. It's really going south.
Really bad divorce, put it that way. It wasn't 10 years, but kids were involved, and I was on deployments, and she was trying to keep the kids from me, so I can, at least to some degree.
I'm one of the guys, it's been because of my unique history, and because I did get targeted by something else that had been intentionally using this, I don't know, flaw inside of our judicial system. They just took advantage of it, and I've had a lot of people coerced in my life while I've been going through it. My wife was one, and after a lot of events in 2013, she finally, here I was, a broken guy. I couldn't defend her. They could do whatever they wanted, and she was deciding to go ahead and flip sides. So I decided, for my safety, my son's safety, we had to divorce. And it was supposed to be reasonable, but it became real unreasonable. And
real quick,
allegations started flying. Because I'm Special Forces, I must have combat PTSD, therefore I'm a wife-beating, alcoholic, drug addict, serial murderer, serial rapist, pretty much every piece of spaghetti that can be thrown up on the wall has been accused of me.
I mean, the family courts, they have these biases all over the place, and everybody's a deadbeat. Either you're if you're a stay-at-home dad, you're even a deadbeat. Stay-at-home mom, deadbeat as well. This guy who was in the Special Forces, he's disabled, seriously, and they decide he's going to be the stay-at-home dad, and he's a deadbeat when he gets in. I mean, this is the same with me. I'm like, what are you talking about? I gave up my career. I followed my husband to how many different countries? 3 or 4 moves we made after we were married. Before that, it was more. Um, so, like, excuse me. I mean, it just, the courts are run by psychopaths. This is beyond narcissism. Psychopaths, either they're in there to con and skim and get money wherever they can, or just turn a blind eye and punch the clock and just wait until your pension kicks in.
And yeah, I've been fighting through that, trying to hold on to custody of my, I helped raise my son. I was a stay-at-home dad. But no, they've done everything they can to criminalize me. And I noticed long ago that this was a pattern, not just with me, but
Across the board.
Across the board with SF guys. And it pissed me off.
And that they use the SF status too.
It drove some guys to suicide. It drove others to...
We have 200,000 suicides per year globally. 60,000 women who are killed by family members each year. 600,000 overdose. Hundreds and millions of women and children trafficked each year. This is all in the same basket.
You really got to wonder if it was suicide.
Right.
Yeah, I've been trying to raise this issue with several of our brothers, and it just typically goes nowhere. Nobody wants, do you know who Landon Valentine is?
Nobody wants to be involved in any unpleasantness. I have heard this many, 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 many times.
No, I don't actually. Landon Melton, who is he?
He was I want to say he was an officer in SF, but he was in, I think, 5th group, more East Coast. But yeah, he was in the room. That poor guy they just murderized him in court and it was all based upon our SF status. That's what they do. You're special forces? Oh, you must be all these other things. I'm not a gun nut. I mean, I don't mind guns. I know how to use them.
Gary Melton is a gun nut.
But yeah, I'm not a big gun nut. I like fishing. I'd like to take my boy fishing.
With Florida.
Yeah, Florida was nice.
Florida was nice.
But 2 years ago, my son came forward to report that he was being abused, and that didn't match the narrative of what they were trying to put down on me. He wasn't being abused by me. He was reporting being abused by mom, and she was doing it intentionally. We found the medical record. She was trying to set me up for a charge of child abuse, and she was getting help from the courts, from a judge over here, a couple of them. And when my son came forward to report her, well, they snapped back and retaliated. And eventually they threw me in jail under allegation. I can't help but laugh at this allegation. The allegation that I was either the leader or hiring party of a unidentified biker gang to stage a mass kill event at the courthouse to kill judges. Yeah, I know, right? That's serious. I can show you the criminal record. It's horrible. It looks terrible. The only problem with that is there was no evidence. There's no, just like saying, I'm not a gun nut. Probably not.
This is the problem. They're so used to just I mean, I've heard this, I don't know how many times. Oh, we'll just try it. Throw it in there, see if it sticks.
Typical.
That's what New York did with Trump. I mean, it really, it's, as Mitch said at the beginning, people who haven't been in the court reform movement, sometimes they think we're crazy because we'll like just laugh at the most horrific things. And it's like, no, you guys, either we'd be in a psychiatric ward if we, like didn't find, what do you want me to do? Cry every single time I hear one of these stories? Yeah, no, I mean,
SF guy either. But yeah, I don't have a Harley. I don't ride motorcycles. I don't know anybody. I don't think I've ever spoken to anybody in a motorcycle gang ever.
Yeah, I think that the whole Harley thing was big in the even I think that was kind of the end of there was a big push in the SF community with like almost like these biker gangs.
This guy goes fishing and you got him part of a motorcycle gang. Oh, come on, Hollywood. You guys gotta take this thing on. Come on.
Type things going on within teams in like the early 2000s.
Yeah.
And I think it kind of faded out to my generation as well. But and there was guys that were getting strung up, and these, I don't know, I guess they thought they were the Sons of Liberty and SF guys, and that's never a booze, bikes.
Huh. No kidding.
SF guys.
Nobody's ever presented it to me that way, but now I sort of get that now. Yeah. I can sort of see that. Yeah. Okay, I get you. No, if you ever met me, I walk around in Tommy Bahamas and I've got a blue and gold macaw on my shoulder.
Yep.
I walk around like I'm in Florida all the time, wearing hey dude, red, white, and blue hey dudes. I'm pretty sure I'd get my ass kicked if I ever walked into a biker gang. So, no, I get the allegation. For anybody who doesn't really know or doesn't consider people being individuals.
Sure. They're just playing on stereotypes.
Yes. Yeah.
And this is all escalated. So they threw me in jail for 92 days knowing I was innocent. They didn't have any... There's no evidence. There's no... Yeah, it was totally cooperative. There's no phone calls. There's no text. There's no pictures. There's no history. I don't have a motorcycle. It was just retaliatory.
Yeah, I guess one would be a motorcycle. To be part of a motorcycle gang. Sorry, people. Sorry.
Stuff. And they had a couple of honeydew girls involved with it that they had come get involved with it. Those two girls ended up, oh good God, they got into my records. They contacted SFB. They were on call with Bill Olson. Bill Olson was helping them to try and implicate me to breaking orders and all this other stuff. And I finally gave him the big FU inside the room. Why are you cooperating with two women that aren't SF? Why are you giving them information about me from anything, from within our supposed, secret group team room? That was a real violation to me, and I called them out in public for it, out there on the page. And in retaliation, the admins decided to kick me out. Yeah, screw them.
Yeah, I mean, the objective is all of these. I mean, you listen to any of these things, it's, running after paperwork, and there's all of these like manipulations and games, and it just is really to wear you down, and either you give up and you just walk away, or you explode in violence and it ends up with somebody getting hurt or you being, thrown in jail or a psychiatric ward.
Gotta love our buddies sometimes, But yeah, there was nothing to any of the charges. They were all dropped. That didn't stop them from telling my son that I committed suicide in jail and I'm dead, and therefore they put him on a protective order. They haven't let me see my son since.
I mean, this is just the grossest cruelty. And this is not the first time I've heard this story, mind you. And particularly when the child is being abused. And this is, I mean, oh, believe me, I've heard some really, 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 really horrible. This is bad. But not life-threatening, but it's bad. We'll where was that? I forget where we'll see that, but we will see that. So this is bad, but and definitely sexual abuse. There's the child writes a letter about it. It's in the court filings, and but you know, this is just disgusting.
And they're not going to let me see him until I plead guilty to the allegations.
Yeah.
How long has that been, Mitch?
2.5
Since
years.
you seen your kid?
2.5.
Wow.
2.5 years.
2.5 years. And this child, I mean, this child is at an elevated risk of suicide. If this child did commit suicide, it would be on all of these people involved. I know it would just be swept under the carpet.
Wow. How old is your son? How old is your son?
He's 13.
13.
13? Yeah, that's...
I'll give you all the records you reported. Yeah, I know it's unbelievable. It's a crazy story, isn't it? I know. I'm aware. I try to tell
No, I mean, I you know, knowing how women are and knowing how, no offense, Amy.
No, no, those kind of women are absolutely, they give women a bad name. Like, that's what makes me so mad. I'm like, how can you do this to another person? I mean, I went through a divorce and I was like the complete opposite. I was like,
Yeah.
You know.
The scam that these women have going on in this courthouse, the ex-girlfriend, this Candace woman, and her girl, the two women who were interviewed by Gary Melton. I mean, I can't imagine what went through Gary Melton's mind to put those two criminals and put them up on his platform. Nobody will ever return my emails, and I'm like, no, we don't want to platform this person. We don't want to platform. I'm like, oh God, I've been dealing with that with the domestic violence people, all the court reform activists. If everybody would work together instead of trying to stay in the limelight, then we wouldn't be here.
Well, just the way they weaponize, way they weaponize kids against you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so wrong. Yeah,
Horrible.
And then how the justice system is set up in the against the father or the man involved is just again I went through a very, not quite to that extent, but to where I was getting divorced, and then I was actually in the Q course when I was getting divorced, and then kind of the same thing. It was like they were calling my command saying I wasn't paying child support every day. I'd have to go in like once a week and show them documents. Look, I've paid every single. As a matter of fact, I was paying more than was requested of me.
Wow.
Shock.
And then on top of that,
let me get my shot.
And then
don't know anybody like.
And then on top of that, when the divorce finalized, the courts, the judge said, "Hey, look, because he's in the military, and at the time I was deploying constantly to Iraq and Afghanistan. It's like, hey, we're not going to set up child visitation on a schedule. It's like when he has leave, you're going to give him the kids." And so when I would get back from deployment, and they lived in Texas at the time, so I'd fly to Texas to go to get, and then what she would do is she would hide the kids from me the entire time I was on leave, and I couldn't find the kids. She'd move them off to like she'd move them around and I was traveling, like trying to go to like her family's houses everywhere I knew. She'd shuttle them around.
Right, and then
hide them
you
from me.
trying to do that, let me guess. If you did
She
catch
called the
up
cops
to
on
him,
me.
Yep.
call the cops on you,
Yep.
say that you're stalking her and all this.
Even though
other
that was
stuff.
the court order for you to see him on your leave.
Yeah, like it's a whole
Yep.
scheme.
See, it's
Shocker. Hold on, let me get my shock face.
it's
Yeah.
no.
Yep.
No.
I haven't played that.
See how Gary admits to have been a victim of family courts himself and gone through all of this crap, yet he villainizes Mitch Snow on the platform. I mean, it just is incredible. Incredible. We'll see in the interview more with Alex Jones. I mean, this man has no spine, and that's putting it politely.
That game at all. I haven't heard that one.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, your story is very similar to a guy, I want to say he was Lieutenant Colonel or Colonel. Oh man, the name is just. I'm gonna have to go up to my computer. Wait, you mind staying?
I'm bad with names too.
How long do you want to stay on the phone here?
Yeah, I got time.
We're just gonna pull in the garage real quick.
And I just sent you my contact information.
Okay.
Via text with email on there and everything else.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. We'll just stay in contact here. I'm just You caught us getting coffee and breakfast. And also trying to avoid the fact Gotta love all that stuff.
Yeah, no, that just, for better or for worse, it comes with the territory.
It does. Yeah.
I've spent a lot of my last 25 years hiding in plain sight. Okay, so all right, explain that to me again, because you're touching on something. How do you know this? This frustrates me. It takes me getting to this level to finally get somebody who gets it. The government doesn't.
I mean, the government doesn't want to know that there are guys that were trained with U.S. tax dollars working for cartels. That is a shit optic story. That's why that's not going to be published in the freaking New York Times.
Covered up by everybody.
Exactly correct, yeah. And it's also not a...
It's not a pretty story.
It's not a pretty story?
No.
It's not one you take to the FBI and the FBI goes, oh my gosh, let's check it out. No, they say, oh, give us the names and everything else like you're doing to me right now. And then the next time they come into the room, they're acting like they're going to arrest you. Yeah, like how dare you even mention this? Yeah, no, I've been through it. Yeah, a couple of times.
Yeah.
A shit optics store. Yeah, shit optics. That's a good one. It's a good way to depict it.
No, that's. I mean, we see that time and time again. There's a lot of, there's look when it comes to. I really believe. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with the assassination attempt on President Trump, right?
Yeah. Wait, what? When did that happen?
Assassination.
Seriously? They tried to... Is that today? Oh my god.
It's July 13th.
Fuck with you. Yeah. No. Yeah, of course. No. Yeah, no.
So we have Thomas Crooks that has allegedly zero digital footprint, or very minimal digital footprint. So we have, this.
Is it possible? Sure. Plausible? Absolutely not. Yeah.
And what I believe is that he was targeted, profiled, and recruited, radicalized, and weaponized online. And I think they know that. And I think there's a couple of different options there.
You're starting to get into that tinfoil hat MK Ultra thing that they're talking about.
I'm 100% tinfoil hat on the MK Ultra, and I think it's not like MK Ultra stopped.
Oh, this Mitch is handling this conversation perfectly. Too funny.
They didn't stop trying to control people's minds in 1968, right?
Supposedly, yeah.
We've since perfected it, and I have a lot of good evidence with that.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that we don't know, the reason that the government hasn't shared that information with us is a couple of possible reasons. Number one, it was deep state ran to begin with, and these people didn't like President Trump, so elements within our own intelligence community targeted him through in the use of cover. They're not going to.
I mean, could you imagine that possibly happening? Of course not. I mean, and they certainly wouldn't do that to Charlie Kirk, would they?
Say, oh, hey, we're Project X wing out of the CIA. They're using, so either our own people did it, and or political actors did it, and or foreign adversaries did it. I think all.
Yeah, I guess one of the above, or maybe all of the above. I mean, this is like, don't have to be an Einstein for that one.
All of those are possible. All of those are possible. Even if they knew that for a fact, they're not going to share that information because they don't want the public to know how easy this is. So it doesn't benefit the government to even let them know that is possible. And I think we can.
Yeah. How do you? Yeah. Why do you want to make your victims aware? I got it.
Yeah. Well, let's just say they're on the up and up. Let's say the FBI and other intelligence agencies are like, oh my God, this was done by a foreign actor or whatever else. It still doesn't. It's kind of like the UAP program, right? Like speaking of tinfoil hats, I'm very into the UAP program. I know it's real, but there are people that have decided that it doesn't benefit the.
Yeah, he uses the manipulation games all the time. The problem that he has with socialites, I mean, the military, the guys who come into the military, you got to teach them this. The socialites, they were taught from birth, and it's kind of innate.
UAP, is that that's drones, right?
UFOs.
Oh, UAPs. UFOs. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't benefit the U.S. citizenry to know about it.
Right.
So there's no upside for them to know about it. So they're not going to give any information on it. And I think it's the same thing. And I think when we look at some of these other school shootings where.
Hey, this is the typical psyop stuff. Oh, we got to protect the people from the truth. They wouldn't be able to handle it. So you got to understand, you got to come on to our side, bro. And protect the people.
They kind of swept this stuff under the rug. When we look at Stephen Paddock from Las Vegas, I think these were test runs. I think these were people being targeted and being radicalized and weaponized online.
Can I add one of those names to your list
Sure.
that you really should look into? Yeah, you should have already picked up on it. Travis Decker.
Oh, yeah.
There should be a whole thing about who killed Travis Decker. That's right up here in Wenatchee. And if you're up here in Washington, I don't know if you're in the north. Where are you?
I'm actually in West Virginia now.
Oh, lucky you.
This is my phone number from when I was still at. I actually still had a house in Yonge until, I don't know, about 2 years ago.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, West Virginia, that's pretty territory up there. Guys all, they tease you about the banjo playing?
So here's the truth of it. West Virginia was the only state of the union I ever declared I would never live in.
Oh, no.
And in 2008 or so, we were down at Moyock, North Carolina, at Blackwater, doing a pre-deployment train up, and my team sergeant's brother came to visit. I was like, oh, hey, where's he coming from?
Right.
He's like, he's coming from West Virginia. I was like, West Virginia? I would never fucking live in West Virginia. And then like 3 years later, I'm living in West Virginia. But that's how that's the game God plays with you.
God's a funny guy, isn't he?
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. Well, you seem like a decent guy.
Going back to going back to, like, this is another one of those third rail stories that even if the U.S. government knows about it,
Yeah.
it doesn't benefit.
My whole life is third rail story. Pretty much. I think that's going to be the book. Thank you. I think that's going to be the book. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, but yeah, man, no, I'd love to have you on. I thoroughly enjoyed talking to you. It puts my mind at ease. Yeah. And
every time I hear...
Oh, I thoroughly enjoyed talking to you, put my mind at ease. I mean, like, God, Gary, what handbook did you learn from?
Special Forces get online. The first thing I'm doing is I'm looking up truth fire digits, asking people, we know this guy, is he one of us? Yeah, I've done the whole Stolen Valor thing, Guardians of the Green Beret. I've given them people. Yep. I totally get it. I also, if you're going to talk to Nate, tell him no harm, no foul. I mean, my missus, on the other hand, she's a little bit pissed at the guy. I wouldn't have him turn his back on her just yet, but she'll get over it in time.
Nate's again.
See, women will hold the grudge, men will let it slide, but ooh, women don't cross women.
You know how our people are.
Yeah.
We're all going to be extremely skeptical until we're not, and quite frankly, that's a reasonable approach. We know. The last thing that we want is people within our own regiment or people outside of our regiment.
And I'll tell you, within the regiment, I'm a third rail, because I am a third rail. I'll tell you what, there's guys there. How do you say it? Inconvenient truth bearer. I've just always been that way. I'm not gonna lie for anybody. And that, unfortunately, there's a lot of guys, especially in the military, who are yes men. Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, I ain't good with them.
Could he possibly be insinuating that that's what Gary Melton is? No, not possibly that.
I've always been a bit of a contrarian myself, so I can relate.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've done the whole flagpole, compete for Soldier of the Quarter and stuff like that. All the shiny boots and whatnot. But I wasn't in it for the Scooby Snacks. I wasn't there to pin stuff up. I was there because I wanted an actual mission. And that's one of the things I got disappointed with most. Like, if there was something I got disappointed with more than anything, it was the importance of politics within group. It was the start of the PC era, I wasn't down with some of those. I had some problems. I had to call a guy out for being, I don't want to offend you if you're gay or not, but back then you weren't supposed to be gay and be in the service. But, if that's your thing, it doesn't sound like it, but, it's 2025, you never know.
I got an ex-wife, a wife, and 4 kids.
Oh, half the gay guys in San Francisco have kids. That ain't no explanation.
Fair enough.
Jesus. But no, I had to call a guy out. He was stalking me and others, and he was part of our class. His name was Jimmy Walker. You can go look him up. And back then, I got in trouble for wanting to just... I didn't want to be on the same team as him. Didn't want to be in the same group. Everybody kept asking me. Finally, they pressed it out of me. I had to tell the team, God, what was his name? Bruce Ring, big tough guy back then. Great team sergeant until this issue came up. And then, some guys are tough in front of bullets and jumping out of planes and stuff. And then they get in front of political issues like this and they're not, how do you say?
You're right.
They melt like little pansies, man. And
they have no spine. Yeah, and the thing is all of the military, I really made that point in the last video, and I want to make that point in this one. I'll repeat it several times. I want the military really to think, what are you fighting for? You say you're fighting for our freedoms. No, the freedoms, I mean, your rights, they're either violated or upheld within a court of law, because that's ultimately where where you're going to have recourse. I mean, you can negotiate with people and say, I'll take your ass to court if you don't stop it. Um, so anyway, you keep on saying that you know you're fighting for our rights and our freedoms and what our forefathers have died for. We have so many soldiers who have died for what? I mean, nobody has any rights. The rights of people have been completely eroded. Parental rights, litigate. I mean, it doesn't matter what kind of litigation you're involved in. And it's getting worse and worse. And if people don't wake up and smell the coffee one day, they're going to find themselves in a real deep hole. They already are.
You know, if you are actually SF, and you know, we'll check you out. I don't know. We'll see. You know that the guys, the team room atmosphere, I used to describe it as they were worse than a group of old hens. Group of old ladies gossiping at church. Son of a bitch. Man, these guys. So.
Oh, he should join me with the Expat Wives Club. We would have a field day on comparing the spineless soldiers with the spineless socialites. Well, also, this is also the military wives, like Patriotic Housewife. I spoke with her, but, you know, they don't want to get in. They have to avoid lawsuits. Everybody's afraid.
Oh, yeah. Well, this Jimmy Walker guy, his dad apparently was an SF general or something, and was part of the Clinton administration. And, yeah, you know, I had to call him out. I didn't want to. It was the whole don't ask, don't tell, but, you know, he made it pretty apparent. So, rather than kill the guy and get in trouble for it, I tried to do the right thing and just asked to, you know, change me to a different group. I'd like to, you know, before this blows up into the next, you know, gay beret incident or something, I'd like to go work somewhere else. And, no, they blew it up like crazy. It went all the way to the frickin' administration and back. And they took his side and they tried to claim, oh, he wasn't gay. Lying sons of bitches. Man, you fast forwarded to 2000, Jimmy Walker is in the gay parade in Seattle wearing his beret on the front frickin' paper, okay? And now he's writing books and going to colleges talking about how you guys all at First Group gave him PTSD and treated him so badly for being gay and all.
See, so much of what Charlie Kirk was doing, going to schools and colleges and making speeches, is to combat all of that. And the woke left has had a lot of money. The publishers, all of the media, all of the press have thrown all sorts of resources at them. Full force.
You know, I can't win for losing. This guy's making money off of this stupid shit. But yeah. Yeah, third rail. Yeah, I might just adopt that name. I don't know.
That's hilarious. Well, yeah, man. Now listen, it was really great talking to you. Like I said, what I will be is I will be your biggest advocate, and you know, if
only if I check out. You vet the shit out of me. I dare you to.
Gary's saying, I will be your biggest advocate. I mean, that just... See, unfortunately, it's par for the course. Par for the course. Really, really disgusting, but par for the course.
That's what I was getting ready to say. You know, you check out. I'll be your biggest advocate, and either way, I'd love to have you on. I'll tell Nate I talked to you, and
yeah, you can tell him I called him a big faggot with those jazz hands he's swinging around all the time.
Just like this, he does like to.
You tell him I know that his sergeant major was Richard Simmons, just by looking and about how he talks about big guys all the time, you know, and he's dissing on short guys, yeah, and then he's hanging around with his prison sex partners, J.D. DeLay, yeah, all right, little bit suspect, and it makes more sense that he's from first group. You tell him I said that. Behind channels. All right?
I will.
All right. No, it's really been good talking to you. Thank you.
Nate picked a fight with Mitch. I'm sorry. Nate picked the fight.
For reaching out, honestly.
Yeah, man. No, that's what I thought was the right thing to do, to reach out to you directly and not, you know.
And I can go ahead and name drop a bunch of people. Me and Nate Chapman, for instance, we were good buddies. We graduated Robin Sage together. We went through the, what do you call it, the commemoration dinner, you know, the SF dinner and stuff together. But first group, the wonderful people that they are, didn't even send a rep for us. So it was me, Nate, and Tom West, who sat there drinking the champagne. So because there was only 3 of us, we had a whole bunch of extra champagne that all the other guys wanted. So it started a little bit of a war during the dinner. But yeah, no, I can name drop all day long. I know the people, places, things.
Awesome. Well, like I said, you know,
Awesome.
If you want to
Awesome.
send me your DD-214, I'll check that out. You know, I'll like I said, man, I'm here to be your biggest advocate.
Do you want my social security number on there? Can I trust you with that, or are you going to redact it?
I'm here to be your biggest advocate. No, you can tell he's just checking boxes. He's vetted the guy. He got on the phone. He spoke with him. See, it's all, I have seen that time and time again since I've been back since 2009 at the IMF and everywhere I've worked in DC. And it's the HR people who are under the control of the feminists, and they're absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I'm not going to show even your DD-214. You can. I think probably I have your social on this thing. Again, I'm not gonna you.
You found my social on there? I mean, they got my social on that thing.
I mean, I don't know how Gary Melton looks at himself in the mirror. And I mean, what kind of, values is he teaching his children? I mean, I wish I could say I'm surprised, I'm disillusioned. No, it's just yet again more evidence of just
1323,
how high this goes.
So you were in during all the business. You signed up afterward?
So
after 9/11?
9/11 happened a couple of days. I was in the recruiting station. I was with the 101st with the initial push into Iraq. I was a sniper team leader during that time. I came back.
Oh, did you know Tung Nguyen?
Tung Nguyen?
Mm-hmm.
No, that name doesn't sound familiar. But dude, I am fucking terrible with names. My brain.
Oh, you would know this guy. This guy was he was like autistic Vietnamese dude. He had an incredible history. He died.
Somebody should vet.
Friendly fire is what it.
Maybe vet Gary Melton and find out if he is where he said he is, because he doesn't know this guy.
Sounds like friendly mortar fire. Just a bad incident. The guy was, when it came to guns, the guy was a nutcase. I can tell you a whole story about it, but
particularly Gary Melton with all of his gun fetish.
No, Tung Nguyen was a good friend of mine. He was sniper team also during that time. Just up, I think it was 2002, 2004. That was a real loss too.
Yeah, I was with the 187 Infantry at the time, and then when I came back from the initial deployment to Iraq, I went to selection and went SF and was in the Q course from 2005 to 2006, and then went to first group, and then went on 3 more combat deployments and multiple training tours, Philippines, Asia, all the good things. And then
I don't know how the strip clubs were. I could tell you a whole thing about the first Gulf War, and training there, and they were asking for people to go and come back, and if you were at Fort Bragg while they were deployed, they always said that there were no women available at Fort Bragg before I went. Because, it's like, what, 8 guys to every woman there?
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a little bit of competition, And, Rick's, I think it was Rick's, right? The strip club there. It was like a strip club right there on the main drag or something. I think it was Rick's. Anyway, they had every place at Fayetteville was a strip club. Like even you go out to breakfast and it was topless. Yeah. Yeah, you couldn't go out to breakfast with your family without, it being a topless joint. So yeah, what an incredible time that was before 9/11. Way back when. But yeah.
Still got while I was there and at the time I started dating a woman that's now my wife. But yeah, I actually I still have a condo off of Riley Road that was had as a rental property for.
Oh wow, that's fun. Riley Road.
Yeah. I don't know when the last time you've been back to Bragg, but man, that place has changed.
It's been a while. I've heard it's become a city.
Oh, it's freaking insane.
Yeah, so is Fort Lewis. I tried to navigate there, and I couldn't even find Madigan anymore.
Yeah.
But
yeah, my son was actually born in Madigan.
Oh really? Yeah, my daughter was. Yeah, the point being, there were guys that hadn't come back from the 82nd. The main body hadn't come back yet. And if you went out to the bars then, at that time, it was packed with women. When I say packed, I mean like sardine can packed. And if you were a guy that was in pretty good shape there, you had girls coming up to you buying you drinks and saying, "Hey, can I take you home?" Now, as a young guy, again, I'm young, I'm an idiot, okay? I'm thinking, wow, I don't know what they were talking about. There's a lot of women around this place. Boy, and they seem to be pretty well off and not too needy. They got their own homes and cars and everything. Huh. That's pretty interesting. But I was literally in a bar when and had a disco light, a little band playing on the race stand there. It was packed, and all of a sudden they stopped the music. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. 82nd Airborne, confirmed. Touchdown on the tarmac. Ladies and gentlemen, especially you ladies, if you've got people you're expecting to come home, they're on the ground right now. And the whoosh that left that place, it was me and, I want to say, Bernie McGordy, were left standing there. And it was just the two of us sitting on the dance floor. There was probably 50 people there before. There's little chewing gum wrappers spinning around on the floor. And, oh yeah, it just became empty. And then from then on, they were empty from then on too, Of course, that started the whole epidemic of guys coming home to shoot, We had one guy at training group there. He came... I want to say it wasn't Rambo. Was it Rambo or something like that? He came home literally to find his team captain going at it with his wife inside of his bedroom. And he went ahead and ventilated that guy's asshole a little bit with a little bit of gunfire as he jumped out the window.
A little bit of gunfire.
I don't think he got in trouble for it though. I think the captain got kicked out. I think he had to do a little bit of time in the mental ward and got a divorce. That was back when they treated us decent, I guess. But
really painting a good picture of our military, aren't you?
Yeah. SF, what do you do?
What do you do? Well, listen, Mitch, man, it was a real pleasure to talk to you. Like
Yeah,
I said,
Yeah, another story we can't tell online, otherwise you're going to get yourself canceled. Sorry. Yeah. I know. You get yourself on, what do they call it, demonetized?
That's a little poke at who's making money off of all of this. I mean, these guys, these podcasters, tiene muchísimo cara, and saying that Mitch is doing this for money. I mean, really. Gotta have some balls there someplace.
Gary, no, it's been good talking to you too. Thank you for reaching out. You tell Nate.
Look at those documents.
I'm gonna give him a little bit of a razzing, but no, I would be proud to speak with them or anybody else. We got to let Candace do her thing though first. There's important stuff coming out, and you do understand the implications, right?
Oh, I understand the implications. It's quite big.
I love it. Mitch, he's gone through the motions, he's explained his stuff, and now he's like laying it on the line and saying, look, Gary, we got to let Candace do her thing, going all of this, hey, bro, buddy. Yeah, it hasn't really had the effect that you had hoped. You gotta read between the lines.
It was just, I don't know what else to say. It was just, it was wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
Or right place, right time.
And how you look at it.
Depending on whose opinion.
You and I, we can look around the room and know which veterans have a little bit different sheen, even if they're in civilian clothing. These people stuck out, That woman had my ex-wife's eyes, they're really creepy. So, I didn't mean for this. I meant for this just to be a tip. Hey, you might want to check it out and see
Look into this.
Yeah, where these people were the day before, because I think they were there. And I had no idea Miss Candace Owens was going to go ahead and blurt out my whole life story that I tried to get to her in about the same amount of times as I've been talking to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, so far there's no, it's been real quiet, so we're happy for that, I guess. Yeah, hasn't got me a cup of coffee yet. Yeah.
Well, like I said, man, you're right. What matters is the truth, and if
I could be mistaken.
Everything that we think is true with this, it has to get out, and that's what it comes down to, and that's what I've been in for this to begin with. I want to know what really happened. And, at the end of the day, that's all that matters, man. It's the American people.
You start finding that I'm not credible, it's because you ain't asked for the documentation. I'll back it up. And if I could have been wearing a camera on my eyes at that point, I would love to. I need to invest in that kind of stuff. Where's Elon Musk? Anyway.
I need to get you some better glasses.
Seriously, I've already got a pair, but they only work with freaking Facebook, and I hate that shit.
Yeah.
So,
they're kind of weird.
Gary, get out of here, man. Thank you so much.
Mitch, I really appreciate you.
That stuff's
and appreciate you spending the time with me. And, like I said, I'll be your biggest advocate. 100%.
I'll shoot you off documents. How many documents you want? What do you want?
Your DD-214, if you want to throw anything else in there, you're welcome to. And for additional bona fides.
Sure.
Whatever you feel comfortable with. I'm not going to dox you no matter what. If I'm like, hey, this guy's a complete liar, I'm not going to put your information out there. I'm not.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. I mean, I've already had my stuff, it's been, my house been ransacked, my stuff been stolen, and the one thing that they were after is the one folder I have. The only reason they didn't take that is because it looks inconspicuous. It looks like a I Love Me book in a very not very loving looking book.
I don't even want to change it for you because I don't want, because we know.
Yeah, but I got the microfiches and everything. We just don't have anybody that has microfiche anymore.
Yeah. No, like I said, man, all I want to do is confirm or deny the truth, and that's it.
Okay.
And I'm not.
No, I think you'll find I'm pretty damn credible. Yeah. And if there's something in between you guys want to question, all right, you go ahead and question.
Yeah.
I can't help what I saw.
All right.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being so forthcoming, and yeah, man, that was great talking to you. It really was.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you,
it was good
Gary.
talking to you, Gary. All right, you have a good one.
All right, Mitch. You too, buddy.
All right. Bye.
Gary calls back 20.
Hey there.
Hey, Mitch.
Hey.
Hey, I was I'm on the phone call, but you were texting me, but I figured I'd just call you and talk as opposed to texting over Signal or anything else. But yeah, I have definitely been, an outspoken critic of Candace. And not even so much Candace. Where that really started was when this whole thing with Charlie happened, we were flooded with everything from the palm gun to camera gun to, I don't know how much you've kept up with that. Have you seen all that stuff?
Yeah, some of that stuff. I think the latest theory is something about what's that guy called? Baron Coleman?
Yeah, Baron Coleman.
Yeah, something about the fragments and I don't know. I don't have any opinion on that stuff really. I mean I could. What was your M1S, by the way?
AT Bravo.
Oh, you're a Bravo guy. You went easy route. Yeah. What happened? You seem more intelligent than that, man.
I just like guns, dude.
You just like guns, really? You're the gun guy? Okay. All right. No, Tung Nguyen, he was a gun guy, too. That guy was a nutcase with those things. His barracks room, the guy was actually, he was shooting inside the team rooms. To test out his silencers.
Suppressor, yeah.
Yeah. He was doing it inside. He'd sneak around and he'd pull me in. Hey, check this out. And he'd pull me inside and I could smell the gunpowder. I'm like, what are you doing, buddy? Toop. He's hitting sandbags on the wall as his team was out doing something. I don't know. Anyway.
So, and again, just to be completely transparent with you.
You're. I can see you're coming at it. I'm looking you up now. So I see where you're coming from.
Here's my whole stance on this. This is I just want you to know this.
Mm-hmm.
So again, when Charlie Kirk was first killed, number one, I was a huge fan of Charlie Kirk. All this, I've had a podcast talking about conservative politics for a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
And then Charlie Kirk was killed, and suddenly we're flooded with all of this craziness. The palm guns. We didn't even have a quote-unquote official narrative at the time. You know what I mean? This is before charging documents came out. All the things that we have now.
Yeah.
And so the only thing that I did originally was like, okay, look, guys, this wasn't a palm gun, and here's why. This wasn't a camera gun, and here's why. There wasn't an iPhone gun. It wasn't drones flying around shooting people. And immediately, I was these were clearly bot attacks, by the way. So these people were saying, this is before that. Again, there was no FBI narrative at the time. This is like one week into this.
Oh yeah.
Suddenly it's like you're a Zionist. You're a Zionist, you're paid by Israel, you're a Fed, all of this fucking craziness. And then people started coming out with these other
well, I think actually if you step back there was a little something that went on there just before that too. I think it was not Tucker Carlson, Lindsey Graham and that other television host, I forget his name, where they did this very non-organic force thing where they were holding up signs and saying Tucker Carlson isn't MAGA. I don't know if you remember that, but that about the same time frame. I remember seeing that stuff. I understand you're getting at the fracturing of stuff, and I understand. Go ahead.
And my point is one is the truth, and here's what I see as an underlying thing that's going on, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, is Candace has bad blood with TPUSA. I think that's a fair assessment.
I guess about the understatement of the century, so yeah.
Yeah. And when she jumps in here and starts saying, because, Mikey McCoy and some of these other people, she Candace immediately wrote off the idea that there was, Tyler Robinson was the shooter, all the other things. And she was jumping from narrative to narrative to narrative. And all of those came back to three things that Candace always disliked, and that was TPUSA, it was Israel, it was the French. Again, I don't know how much you read up on all this stuff or you paid attention to or previous.
Yeah, some of it because I mean I am familiar a little bit with the. I mean I didn't join the French Foreign Legion. I considered it.
So did I actually at one point.
Yeah, so I do know. So one of our trainers from the 300F1 course was Master Chief Jones, and he is actually one of the people mentioned in the book. What is it? Mouthful of Rocks. It's a legendary book about French Foreign Legion. And that guy had an incredible story. He really crazy, and he would tell us about it. I know a little bit about it. I think I really don't have a whole lot of opinions about a lot of stuff. I mean, I know possibilities. I think all possibilities should be considered. You know, until
I 100% agree with you, and
Well,
that's
why
I'm
are they
100%
busting
agreeing
the
with you.
chops of
My
Candace?
concern is that Candace has been exploited by political and or foreign adversaries. Because one of the things that it's hard to get away from, regardless of what you feel about the Trump administration or whatever else, is that
she's been exploited by political adversaries. Which one? Are you insinuating that Mitch Snow is for? I mean, like, who are you talking about? This is just like talking points. This is bullshit.
Supporter of him, by the way. I'm one of the first supporters.
Awesome.
I've supported. As a matter of fact, I went to war with most of the guys in the SF Brotherhood on Facebook page there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the reason that they said you can't talk politics in there anymore because they got their asses handed to them. Me and Landon Valentine, the guy I mentioned before, were the first to speak up in that room and to be Trump supporters, and that was back in 2012, something like that.
The military, just like the federal government agencies, has been infiltrated and taken over by the woke liberals. Isn't more proof?
Sure.
Yeah, way back when.
So my point is I feel like Candace is being exploited, and I feel like part of this is a personal vendetta for Candace. And by the way, I loved Candace. And then the other problem that I have with...
I love how often they say they all love Candace, just when they stab her in the back.
With what she has done is she has accused a lot of people without evidence. And I also feel like what it's doing is that it's distracting us away from what's really taking place. And I think there's something larger at play here. I think to me it's pretty obvious. Between the bot attacks, things that are being promoted within the internet.
Sorry.
And
I'm actually clicking on your video in the background.
Nice.
Go ahead.
And I've also, Candace has definitely omitted a lot of information. Like, for instance, if you're watching my video where I said Candace is lying, she intentionally says that, you have to scale the roof like Spider-Man. That's not true. She's never shown how to get up onto that roof. And I think if you saw, I don't know, again, like if you see how this whole thing with Tyler Robinson is plausible because it was fairly simple. With that being said, when you're saying that the French Foreign Legion, Israel, and the United States are all getting together to kill Charlie Kirk, it starts becoming a lot less plausible.
Right.
And maybe, and
these guys are just inventing. I mean, the problem is I know this mentality, and I know the second you ask any questions, I didn't do anything, because these people are crazy and they're all paranoid, and that you can't ask them anything about anything. So part of this is just plain paranoia, but get over it. Get over it.
Open to it. Look, I think our government is corrupt. But at the end of the day, what I want is the truth. I went to UVU to see what was going on there. I did a 3D model. I had actually paid for
He went to UVU to go and say, see, I'm here, I'm on the ground. Candace Owens couldn't possibly know what she's talking about because she never came here. I mean, it was just a publicity stunt.
Was it a surveying drone to actually model the place, and then I paid for the model itself so that people can, and I gave that away for free, so that people can go on there, take a look at this, and they can place shooters in different spots and figure out what's possible, what's true, what's not.
Oh, you were going to set up a 3D model to try to reenact the scene and CSI it from, I get you, yeah.
Yeah, no, and I did,
okay.
and I gave that. So here's what happened. I spent thousands of bucks traveling there. I spent thousands of dollars, my own money, with a 3D model surveyor with a drone to map that place. And then when I got back, I spent a bunch of money in addition to another guy named CJ Correnti. He had a model. What we didn't have was where the Charlie set up, right? So we didn't have the tent, we didn't have Charlie, we didn't have everything from that day from the scan. And he spent tens of thousands of dollars modeling the tent accurately, putting Charlie in the right spot. And that model is plus or minus like 1 inch. That's how to scale and accurate it is. So what that allowed, and then I gave that away. I just made it public. People can download it. There's 2 different versions of it. There's a Blender version, which is 3D modeling software.
When somebody would start out like this, we would go, back in the 70s and 80s, what do you want, a medal or a chest to pin it on? I mean, my God, it's like, look, then I did this, then I did that, and then I did this, and yeah, okay, and so what?
And what that allowed us to do was, just like you said, you can, okay, there was a guy saying, oh, there was a shooter over in this position. Well, just looking at it from Google Earth and imagery, I'm like, man, there's not a line of sight from that position. I just know it, but I can't prove it. So what we did was we got the model, and then people can put shooters in that position. You can see from that position whether or not what is real and what is not. At the end of the day, I want the truth. That's what I want. And
keeps on repeating that.
I think that's really important. And I do think there's some things that are happening that I think there's a lot of psychological operations taking place right now. I think some of those are political. Some of those are possibly being perpetrated by foreign adversaries because they don't want the Trump administration. And what this has done is it's put a lot of doubt on the current Trump administration. And I do think that some of the things that are being said and being done are going to greatly affect the midterms, going to greatly affect 2028. And I think you and I can agree the last thing that...
And he just exposes his hand. He's worried about the elections, keeping the Republicans in power. The world be damned. This is the exact type of bullshit 40, well, we can go back farther, but 40, 50 years of this type of bullshit has brought us where we are today.
I'm okay holding the government accountable. I want to hold the government
accountable. No, you're
not.
No
matter what.
I get where you're coming from, and
if they were involved in this, I'll be the first one to say, let's fry these guys. Mm-hmm. I also don't want to be tricked by social media personalities because they're pushing something because of a vendetta, and I don't want to be tricked by political forces, and I don't want to be tricked by foreign adversaries that are trying to make it to where we have a weaker United States. That is 100% where my that's my motivation, man. I love this country. I love what it's about, and the American people deserve to know the truth.
I hear you. You sound like
I love what it's about.
You're calling me up and sort of vetting me out to maybe come on your show or something, and I get that. And you've already had questions. Anytime somebody says SF on the air, every one of us gets in our gruff and starts hunting down every single teammate he's ever had. I get it.
Yeah.
When it comes to these politics, just like you said, I mean, on one hand, I hear what you're saying. There's Candace Owens, and she's got her angle with things. She's got her stuff, and she's claiming, you know, conspiracies and foreign involvement and stuff like that. And then on the same hand, you're over here, and you're claiming, you know, that she's probably under influence of foreign governments and conspiracies and everything else. And I see you both here. I hope you understand. It's not a...
Yeah. And that's what I want you to understand.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, like the truth is what's important. And
The truth is what is important.
You know what I say? I got no fucks to give. I have been a Trump supporter like crazy, and the main reason is because the guy couldn't be a sellout. He couldn't be bought. And the only time that ever fractured for me had nothing to do with any of this stuff. None of this stuff is actually even fractured that for me. I know how government is and its layers and how many times a boss is not responsible for their stupid private stuff. The only time that's fractured for me was when after, 8-10 years of him saying, bring on the Epstein list, and he just comes out of the blue and says, are you still talking about Epstein? It was a hoax.
I'm 100% with you on that.
Okay, when somebody takes a 180-degree turn like that from the top down, and then they dish out, what did they dish out yesterday? Was it yesterday or the day before? They finally gave out the Epstein list?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was on that list? 88
Mr.
pages
Trump.
of black markers. So you're telling me that Dan Bongino at the FBI was sitting there for, you know, the last 6 months with a black marker going over 88 pages to make sure he got every little piece of whiteout on there? Is that what's been happening? Something tells me there's a list. I think somebody's lying to us there.
There's no doubt.
You think?
And the other thing too is, look, we had that whole narrative is complicated to say the least.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you know, I'm with you on that. Like, we got to get to the bottom of that. We got to get to the bottom of it. And this is, so I started out this channel as like just a gun channel, right? All we did, you know, I own a company. We teach firearms. We teach, you know, we train people in basic through advanced, pistol, rifle, long range. We kind of specialize in long range. That's kind of what we're known for.
10 years ago, I probably could have taught your class, and yeah, I'm down with you. I know exactly what you probably do. And I think you probably do it better than anybody else in the world, too. You and...
well, and I got a great cadre of instructors. It's not just me.
Yeah, we both do that.
You know what I mean? And then on top of that, you know, I started this YouTube channel during COVID. And then, of course, I covered firearms and stuff like that. But I'm also in politics. And what I mean by that is, like, I think it's important to preserve and protect the Constitution, to push the things that I believe, right? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. That's what you and I fought for this country for. That's what we signed up for. We swore an oath. That oath didn't go away, and I still feel that way. And I see that this country is being torn away and being eroded by what I see as a real problem with leftist politics, whether we're talking about trans ideology, whether we're talking about the attack on the Second Amendment, the attack on the First Amendment, and then we have a media that lies and pushes things.
You're going to have to forgive me. If you hear a scream in the background, it's not some little kid, don't call the police. That's my blue and gold macaw, and he's quite the character, too. He saved my life. So go ahead.
You know, that's, long story short, that's where I'm coming from, man. And what I am is 100%, I believe in integrity. I believe in telling the truth. I believe in making sure that the truth is known. And that's what I want to get down to.
So let me ask you this then. I mean, because, since you're doing this, you're into it probably way more than I am. I know everybody is sitting on the sidelines here. Any SF guy who shot a gun, and God knows, we had to do calls on that, all of it, right? Mm-hmm. Every single year. Yeah, we go out to the range and we have to burn down the ranges with phosphorus rounds damn near every year. Look, we all know something seems wrong with the 30-06 thing. What do you think?
What I think is kind of what I've said from the beginning is that the problem is we don't know. The problem is we don't, everything that we would need to know about the ammunition and about the rifle that would help us to determine a terminal ballistic outcome. We don't know. We don't know the grain of that bullet. We don't know the type of ammunition. We don't know whether it was hand loads or factory. We don't know if the type of the projectile, was it full metal jacket? Was it soft point? Was it a ballistic tip? Was it frangible? We don't know any of those things.
Yeah, it could have been a blank round at close range. We don't know. I get it.
100%. So, like, I'm a little, what I do know, and even going into this, like, obviously, I've shot a 30-06 like 5 or 6 times. You know, like, it's not, like, it's a fairly antiquated round. It's nothing that we use.
I grew up with them. Sorry, I grew up. My dad used to take us deer hunting all the time. Yeah, so I grew up with them. They're a cannon. Yeah.
But the reality is, like, with the 30-06, there's everything from, like, 55 grain old accelerator rounds all the way up to 220 grain, and with a lot of different other options in between. And originally going into this, I had the same opinion there. Like, there's no fucking way that this guy was hitting the neck with a 30-06. Now, with that being said, I teach long range for a living, and I also know that weird shit happens with ammo. Like, we just had some 6mm Creedmoor ammo that we were out shooting on the range just a few months ago, and about every 5th round would exit the barrel, and the round would disintegrate mid-air.
That's
so
interesting.
We don't know that, and that's another thing too. Is like we don't know how old that ammo was. We don't know if there was something.
The round? Are you telling me that a round from a 30-06 disintegrated leaving the barrel?
This wasn't a 30-06 round. No, this wasn't a 30-06 round. This was a like long range precision rifle and 6mm Creedmoor is what the round was.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I've seen the same thing happen with 6.5 Creedmoor. And it's Hornady ELDM. So my point is when it comes to the variables that we're dealing with ballistics, there is typical and there's atypical results. And without a doubt, what we see with Charlie Kirk is an atypical result. Now, there's 1,000 explanations that I can come up with off the top of my head that would explain that. It could be a round that wasn't stabilized, so it started to yaw and even started to tumble when it hit it, which that makes a little bit of sense to me because we have an atypical entrance wound. That entrance wound was larger than normal. And what I can say with certainty is if we
I agree. Everybody thinks that looks more like an exit wound. Yeah.
An exit wound. And what I can say with certainty is that if that round, even if it was 30-06, even if it was 220 grain, even if it was going at 2,800 feet per second, if that projectile was in an extreme yaw, so it didn't hit the skin tip first, and it was already, 3/4 of the way sideways or even sideways when it hit.
Yeah.
The chances of it, and especially once it hits...
the problem with that, right?
Go ahead. Tell me.
Well, 30-06, so our military rounds, they're made to tumble. 30-06s aren't.
You're right, but they're not made to tumble in the air. And that's what I'm saying. If we had a round that wasn't stabilized, there could be something wrong with that. The barrel,
the round, something was off.
There's a thousand
things.
Plausible explanations as to why. And here's the other thing too. One thing that I was not aware of before this incident, and I've studied in depth on this, was Martin Luther King. What happened with Martin Luther King is extremely similar, unbelievably similar to what happened to Charlie Kirk. Martin Luther King was shot from 65 yards away with a 30-06 round. It hit him in his face. It glanced off his jaw and then went into his neck and then hit his spine and then went downward. Now, there's a lot of controversy around Martin Luther King, right? Whether or not it was James Earl Ray that shot him, whether or not the CIA was involved. all of those things. But one thing that was never really contested during that time was whether or not it was a 30-06. So we have Martin Luther King shot from half the distance that Charlie Kirk was. It hit his spine, and this is important. This is one of the things that is interesting to me.
Right.
Hit his spine and didn't exit, just like with Charlie Kirk. And so much so that Martin Luther King ended up having a open casket funeral. Then on top of that, then we have another case study, which Nate just had on his show, a guy named Chuck Ritter. Chuck Ritter, Green Beret, this is a crazy story. Chuck Ritter was shot 4 times with 7.62 by 54. And 7.62 by 54 is literally always kind of been known as the Russian version of 30-06.
Okay,
Ballistically,
Yep.
they are identical. Now, what's interesting about this is that Chuck was actually hit in the back through the rib cage, almost from the side, kind of, let's say, off to his 4 o'clock. It entered his back, hit his spine, went downward, and not only did he live, he had no exit wound, but he lived. He was shot 2 more times in that incident. So he was shot 3 times with 7.62 by 54, and the tough son of a bitch kept fighting, and it ended up killing the guy that shot him.
I think both of you have to admit that there's a long list of Green Beret Medal of Honor winners that you take a look at Benavides. I don't know if you ever got to meet him. I did.
No,
I know his daughter, a wonderful lady. It's really sad what they did to Benavides' wife. Holy damn. But I'll tell you, yeah, the guy was riddled like Swiss cheese. How does he live through that? What is it? You talk about, is there evidence of magic bullets? Yeah, at times. I think maybe. I think you're right.
And when it comes to that, like, here's the thing, is if the point is that people are trying to fill an unknown. Number one, we have a lot of people that don't, like, when I hear somebody kind of speak from authority and say, oh, well, I've been hunting my whole life, and 30-06, I'll blow a tree in half. Okay.
Yeah. It could. Depending.
You're absolutely right.
Could. Yeah. I get it. And also could just stop inside of within 1 inch of a tree too. I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
It depends on the tree. It depends on
I have all kinds of hunters.
Weather,
me,
rain. All sorts of stuff. Yep.
The point here is that people that really know ballistics understand that there's 1,000 variables that can determine an outcome, right? And I have hundreds of hunters that have sent me pictures of. I just got one the other day. The guy shot a deer in the shoulder with 30-06. He says 35 yards away, and it lodged into the outer shoulder bone, didn't penetrate, and then he ended up having to put another round on the deer with 30-06.
Yeah, it finished off. Yeah.
So the point here is that well, here's the real issue. We have Tyler Robinson, who we have his DNA on the firearm. We have DNA on the trigger. We have DNA on the spent cartridge. We have his DNA on the towel that he used. We have surveillance footage of him getting up to that position. We have surveillance footage of him moving out to the position as described by the charging documents. Then we have text messages, which are definitely weird. We also have him admitting to his parents that he was the shooter, and then his parents turned him in. To me, that's probably one of the biggest.
Well, I think that last part there. I mean, that last part actually, if I've been paying attention right, good, and trust me.
See, this I do believe is included in the charging documents, and this is simply not true. I mean, at least as we've been told, and Mitch is going to explain why, because Gary and everybody say, wait a second, if this was not true, if his parents didn't hand him over, why would they not be out there on the press saying something?
I'm trying not to. I have one of these things called a life. All of this is quite a big distraction because I was trying to get attention for something completely different to save the lives of guys like you and our other brothers and stuff, and to maybe get them their children back if possible. This is a big inconvenience to me, to be honest with you.
Oh,
So
sure.
I agree with him. And I have to say, I'm insulted as well. And I'm sick and tired. All of these podcasters, they're so worried. All they care about clicks, likes, subscribe, money, money, money. I'm not platforming this person. I'm not platforming that person. You got to cancel her. You got to cancel there. Meanwhile, all you do is squabble on the internet, and you have, I've been seeing how this is coming out, how the algorithms, and there's the bot spamming, and what are they calling them now? Puppet books? I forget. But the manipulations of the platform for those, because I've seen some accounts, I'm like, wait a second, this thing just started and it has like 50,000 subscribers or something. How do they get it so fast? I mean, of course, if you had money. I mean, if I had some money, I'm all by my little lonesome. So, and I mean, I don't want to be a podcaster. So, anyway, I'm just, it really, here he is trying to do something for kids. Everybody's screaming, Epstein, 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 pedophilia, the biggest sex trafficking in the world. No, much worse than that, people. Much, much worse.
this is taking all the air out of the room. That being said, the last part there, having been familiar with, unfortunately, police work, unfortunately, federal agents lately, and I can tell you, I have been heartbrokenly disappointed in the diligence of agents from city police, county sheriffs, FBI. We have gone from here to Washington, D.C., to Florida, and then down to Huachuca and back. Wow. The ability for them to sit at a computer and want to just narrate stuff is incredible, and not get up off of their ass and go do stuff and, I don't know, maybe investigate facts.
Joe Rogan, he had somebody he invited on one time, and they had gone to a federal agency. It was HHS, and it was told by some buddies before he went over to HHS. They said, "Oh, you're going to HHS? You're going to be smile fucked." I thought that was a brilliant. This is smile fucking, Mitch. Ask any of the activists. We know very well this game.
If you're, like, I don't want to convince you one way or another. I've witnessed this with my own eyes just this last year.
I 100% agree with you, like, on that. Like, they can create any narrative they want. We agree on that.
A lot of times they create narratives so that they don't have to get up out of the damn chair.
100% agreed.
That's
why, to me, the most compelling portion of this that makes it more likely that Tyler Robinson is indeed guilty is that his parents turned him in.
That's actually been debated. They don't have that evidence.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've caught that or not.
I know it's been debated.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's because here's the thing. Let's say that your son was being put up on death penalty charges, right? And then they release a document saying that you turned them in, and basically part of your testimony as a father is the reason that they're charging him.
Yeah.
Would there be anything that would stop you from getting in front of a camera and saying, these people are trying to railroad my son to a death penalty case?
And I'm here to tell you, you are barking up the wrong tree. I actually have a real case example of that. And it concerns one of our brothers from way back when. As a matter of fact, it was while I was at Fort Bragg. And yes, I watched him get accused of. So we're going to divert so that you understand where I'm coming from on this for a little bit here.
Go send it.
He was. He had picked up a girlfriend in Texas when we were there at 300 F1. I got recycled into the. They didn't want to lose me. The cadre actually stuck up for me. It was really sort of sweet what they did, I guess. So when I broke my back and stuff, they gave me time off. They couldn't get me back in the medic. They recycled me into the Charlie. I go to Charlie. My buddy, he goes. He continues on. I think he was the class valedictorian at that point. Going to Goat Lab. So he's going through. You know how stressful that is, right? That's like the most stressful part of the medics program there, that they're losing their minds. But he got this girlfriend, brought her along. They're in Fayetteville. She ends up bringing her 3 daughters from her previous marriage. These 2 weren't married yet either. Just all of a sudden they're in a 1-bedroom apartment. Now they've got 3 girls with them. And one of them comes back while I'm over there visiting with my buddy Joe Ross or something. He was going through the course with us too. The 3 of us knew each other. We went over to Doug's place, and the little girls, they come in after school. Terry brings them in, and I happen to notice, being that, I've been through the medic course, I'm EMT qualified, all that kind of stuff. Me and Doug were in the course together. And I see this little girl, and she's got one pupil blown out bigger than the other. Now, you've done your cross training, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what does one pupil bigger than the other indicate to you?
Brain damage.
Yeah, there's something going on, ain't it?
Yep.
Yeah. I looked at that, too, and I was like, whoa. Plus, I also happened to go out at night. Back then, there was a big... God, what was that stuff that they were using? Some people going out to clubs and whatnot, they were doing those drugs that would make your pupils get all big and stuff. They were a little bit crazy.
Ecstasy or...
Yeah, something like that, where it's something you noticed back in that time. And this little girl, she's got one pupil bigger than the other. I bring it up to Doug, and of course, they don't have the money to run off to the hospital with her, and I think he made a big mistake. And he tried to play it off that, no, it's common in 7% of the population, he says. I'm like, oh, Doug, I don't know. I don't ever remember seeing that with her. I probably would have noticed something like that. We leave, and a couple days later, Doug and Terry and the girls are gone. Me and Joe, we can't get a hold of them. And finally, we get contacted by police and whatnot. And we have to find out this backstory from them. But apparently in the middle of the night, she ends up on the floor, sweating. He tries to do... So what does an SF medic try to do when he sees something, girl sweating, she's got a fever, it's called the ambulance, I'm going to go try to manage, right? And he puts her into the tub, I think, to try and cool her down. Instantly, she goes into, you might know this term, the flying fag position, is what I remember they used to dub it. I can't remember. It's when there's brain damage and all the extensors seize up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently she goes into that, and he immediately knows, oh, this is bigger than that. And they have to get in the car, take her to the hospital. Now, he ends up having more knowledge than what the doctors think he should have as an enlisted person. What are you, how do you know all this stuff? How do you know mechanism of injury, anything like that? If you're not a doctor, are you a doctor? Are you an officer? No, I'm an SF medic. Oh, Special Forces Green Beret? Oh. Immediately they went ahead and they got offended. And of course, they didn't immediately take any of his advice. They delayed treatment. As they did, she passed away. What they found out later, years later, is that she had returned home from daycare that day that we had seen her. She had been hit in the forehead by the daycare owner's son, a 5-year-old. This little girl was like 2, with a swing. Had knocked her flat out. They didn't report it. They put a Band-Aid on her, sent her home. Why didn't they report it? Because the daycare owner, she was the daughter of the elected sheriff, who called Dad when she had a knocked out 2-year-old at her place. Dad said, put a Band-Aid on it, don't say a word, send her home. So that's when me and Joe saw her. Doug didn't take her to the emergency room. 2 days later, they finally go, she's dead. Now, what do they do to get out of all of this? That sheriff ends up putting investigators on it to go ahead and turn Doug into a child abuser.
Yep, that's what that
Doug
is.
had never abused anybody in his life.
Sure.
Now, was he gregarious? Was he... did him and Terry maybe get into some yelling matches? Absolutely. They were those types that, what do you call it? They yell at each other and then they turn very passionate. And next thing you know, you have to leave because they're making noise in the bedroom. And it's like, oh, geez, you know? So, but yeah, no, I sat there and had to be a witness to the sheriff putting out in the paper.
Yeah, sometimes this domestic violence stuff, I mean, there has to be more community intervention of what's acceptable behavior and what's not acceptable behavior. And I mean, you people, this like passionate love that either you're killing each other or you can't keep your hands off each other. You got like get real.
That both him and Terry had admitted to harming this little girl. And they did that, and they held him on house arrest for years as they basically isolated him. They put out, I can't tell you how many times in the newspaper, they put out false things. They would say that those people said something that they didn't.
Sure.
That just to poison the jury pool, just to poison the public. And they did, and they got away with railroading him. He got convicted.
Yeah, happens all the time.
He was in jail for 13 years. Until they finally, the daycare owner had a crisis of conscience, and she came forward. And even then, they couldn't get him out of jail, but eventually some deal got worked out. He's now moved on with his life. It's called...
Yeah, I'm going to stop here because this brings up a thing that nobody seems to be thinking of. You know, it's like, no, just let the court system go its course and we'll see in the trial. And no, this is they constantly say that. Wait a second. You got one chance here. If that isn't done properly, your ass can end up in prison. I mean, even in a divorce, oh, believe me, we got plenty. My ex tried to get me in prison. Didn't work. Well, when the prison didn't work, he tried the psychiatric ward. That didn't work either. I mean, we have women. There's almost an award ceremony for women. How many times have you been in jail?
Caused him tremendous amount of pain. We lost a valedictorian SF medic. So now you're telling me, you know, would they...
I mean, and this is because the community lets it happen.
Would they come up with something? Would they come up with a lie? Would they say? Would a prosecutorial team lie to the public?
No, I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Oh, yeah,
no,
they would. I've had it happen to me here.
I 100% believe that they would. What I'm saying is...
They'll road-railed, pansy. I mean, they don't care. Nobody in the judicial systems cares about the rule of law, due process, justice, any of that stuff. It's all party politicking, money, power, and control.
is the parents. If they're putting things in those charging documents, that they're basically using the parents' testimony, which they do, as evidence against Tyler Robinson. What I'm saying is that the parents, the fact that
what would stop them from going out? I'll tell you exactly what it is. The attorneys. The attorneys would tell the parents to shut up. Don't fight it. We'll fight it in court. We promise.
We'll fight it in court. We promise. We know what we're doing. We got this. We got this. And then your ass in prison.
Guarantee it.
Guaranteed.
All of that's possible. I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is that when it comes to the court case, if that is true, then we get the parents up on, because it's going to happen. If the parents get up on the stand and confirm or deny that, the case is going to fall apart. If this was all a lie.
Yeah, based on your opinion right there, just that alone, that would make a case fall. I get you. And I think that, you know what, if that holds up and all of that's true and these texts and everything else, hey, wow, okay. Yeah. If that's what really proves it, fantastic. Okay, we got the guy that did solve it.
By the way, that doesn't prove that this isn't a larger conspiracy. And this is one of the things that I've said from the beginning, and me and Nate.
Why the frick is not Gary Melton and all of these other podcasters doing like Candace? They've got their theories. We think this is a network. The FBI should be on top of that, or the CIA. I mean, that's under the domestic violent terrorist organization report that came out in 2021. So there are venues to be looking at, well, was this kid radicalized? No, they just want him as the fall guy, and they don't want any kind of network that would have radicalized them to be exposed, because then I think their ass might be on the line. So if Gary Melton has some other theories, go for it, buddy. Go for it. Investigate. Do something instead of sitting up there on your little podium going, vetted, I saw it, done. I decided that this is nothing to see here. Move along. You talk about your fascists.
Explain what I saw down in... It doesn't explain what I saw the day before.
That's what we need to figure out. And that is exactly why I contacted you, because this is a critical piece. It's not about debunking you. It's about, hey, is this indeed true?
Am I accurate? Do I have good eyesight? Can I remember stuff? Do I have a pretty good memory? Am I vetted as an SF guy? All the credibility in the world. I get it. Yep.
Yep. All of that's true.
You know what I say to it?
Here's the thing. There's nobody that's going to be harder on the U.S. government than me and Nate if this is true. You know what I mean? Like okay. I don't give a shit if it comes to find out that I want to know who the fuck killed Charlie Kirk. That's what I want to know. And if the U.S. government is involved in one way or another, here's the other thing. Even if Tyler Robinson is indeed the...
See how he didn't finish his sentence? If the U.S. government is involved, what? You going to go after them? No, you don't want that. You are trying to sell the narrative of a lone shooter to the public, and deal done.
Shooter, that doesn't exclude the U.S. government from involvement, because I think, just like Thomas Crooks, and this is where I was going with earlier, I think that somebody recruited, radicalized, and weaponized this guy, even if that's the case. So that still puts, and that's something that needs to be discussed and make people understand that is something absolutely possible.
Instead of bashing Mitch Snow.
You're a gun guy, right? Let's see. Let's do something. Listen, Alan, you mind if we take a little minute to analogize?
Sure.
Mitch has a lot of patience.
I have an appointment at 5:30, but I just want to let you know that. But I do want to hear this.
All right, so we got a car shop, and you got cars that don't run. Okay, so people bring them in, they don't run. And every time you go into that car shop, and that car shop says, it's a broken cylinder head, you got to replace the whole engine. Okay. So the next guy comes in, he can't start the car. All right, different car, whatever. And he says, broken cylinder head. You got to replace the engine. Okay, fine. You do that a third, fourth time, fifth time. Every single problem that goes into that shop, supposed complicated issues, and it's always the same thing. Broken cylinder head. Got to replace the engine. Now, call me stupid, but I don't think every car that don't start has a broken cylinder head and needs an engine replaced, right? You with me on that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So when I take a look at any of these things, if I do have an opinion, and maybe this gives you enough when I look at some of this stuff, and I don't want to necessarily be a conspiracy theorist. You and I both want to shoot things down the middle. The only thing I find weird about every single incident since JFK, to include the one that you brought up there with Martin Luther King. So JFK, Martin Luther King, Ronald Reagan, President Trump, and now Charlie Kirk, and there's probably a few more in there. Every single time, it's a lone shooter and magic bullets. Every time the FBI gets involved, whatever section that is, there's some old guy sitting up there, and it seems like he is that mechanic in the thing who says it's a broken cylinder head and you got to replace the engine every time. Well, somebody at the FBI, they've got this narrative where it's lone shooter magic bullets. Lone shooter magic bullets. And you would have a fantastic point, and maybe I can give you advice for your show if I could be so bold.
Be bold, do it.
Go repeat the findings. Go repeat the magic bullet. Go get a 30-06, get on a roof, shoot it from that angle, and have it lodge in the neck. You repeat that, then you got something.
Yeah.
We're going to. We're absolutely going to. And here's the problem with that, or the challenge with that, is right now what I need to know what the ammo is. When we get, and it's probably going to be, we're going to have to wait till the trial, because there's literally over 1,000 variations. I have like 20 different types of 30-06 ammo down in my basement right now.
Yeah, and then it's water.
Yeah, you stock up on. Yeah. Go. I mean, if I see somebody, because I've seen Valhalla get out there. I've seen some of these other guys do their stuff, and I was really proud that somebody actually did some ballistics. We get to see it, right? And a 30-06 completely just, it does exactly what I've seen it do in the past. And what every hunter has seen do in the past. Yeah, every once in a while there's a one-off.
Yep.
But why is it every time there's an assassination, why is it that is the time that we got this lone shooter magic bullet stuff, one-off things going on? That, to me, it doesn't instill confidence in me.
No, look, there's nothing to talk about. There's nothing,
to say the least.
What we're talking about is atypical results.
Atypical, yeah. It's weird.
Without a doubt. And I'm completely open to the idea that the government...
Yeah, I'm just a regular old guy just sitting here. I try to live my life. And again, none of this is convenient for me and what I've been trying to do to get my son back. So, yeah, when I look at this stuff, I just, oh Lord, hey, go, somebody go repeat the stuff.
Fortunately or unfortunate for you, I think you potentially have the information and the key, because if we can verify your story, I think it changes everything, and that's why that you have become such an important piece of this.
If they can verify his story, I mean, he wants to debunk his story. Like, this guy is such a hypocrite.
I will tell you, I've given...
And now, and Mitch's son has verified that he was there, that the police called and said that he was there.
There's a lot of information I gave about where I was, what I was doing, the devices I had on me. No, I'm not a spy. I did not mean to walk into stuff, but I did give it up to, everything I gave it over to Miss Owens, and I gave it to Joe Kent. There's, and that's, again, I I offer my witness statement. I think that they will have, there's going to be more corroborating things coming. And I'll just give that to you. But I do believe that the truth.
Candace has more.
What I saw, it doesn't change anything Eve talked about with magic bullets one bit. I have no opinion, no connection. I'm not with, I didn't know Charlie Kirk. I watched him, absolutely support him. I thought what he did was courageous. Thought it was also dangerous. Because I've seen some of those littles. If you ever go to Portland, holy cow. Don't ever have a Trump sticker on your car. Yeah, I don't know. Where I was, what I was doing, it had nothing to do with any of that stuff. I just have the worst luck in the world. I really do.
You do.
I really.
I agree that you do. And like I said, that's why it's so important to corroborate your story.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the truth. I mean, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. No narrative matters. What matters is the truth. And if we can corroborate your story, and again, just like I told you before, I'm going to be your biggest advocate without a doubt. And we need to get you on the show, and we need to get.
I mean, I just see if Mitch was some unstable guy, and Gary pulled that kind of crap with him, Gary's life could be in danger. He could go off and come after Gary and his family. So this is not just some kid who was radicalized and just got pissed off and took a gun and shot people. No, things are happening. Things are happening to
more information on that.
Ignite these people.
See where this leads. That's what we need to do.
God, what a hypocrite.
Well, we'll yeah. I'm all for it. I can tell you, me personally, ever since any of this has aired, the internet trolls are out there. They're digging up superficial stuff left and right, and they're trashing the hell out of my name. And of course, look, Native Valhalla, I hope you spoke to him. I did. I talked to him. I got no hard feelings. I'm going to razz him a bit. No offense. He can be a big guy all at once. I made a whole living of big guys underestimate me. I'll chop down a redwood and break its branches off. But I like him. I think you guys are wrong.
And look, I said the same thing. I said the same things as Nate did. Hey, I don't think this guy was an SF guy. And I'll be the first one to go on the record and be like, hey, you know what? I checked out his story, and Nate has said the same thing. I just talked to him. I was like, he looks, he sent me some documents already.
I'm an SF guy, and I'll tell you what, there's a lot of SF guys that hate me for being an SF guy.
Yeah.
I've been 8-balled like crazy.
No, there's personalities in us. Just like
yeah, there's a few. The whole Teddy thing, you should have seen that thing go on. I remember that went on. That was nuts. I don't know if you remember that.
This is basically the end of it. So, I mean, the hypocrisy is really, 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 really disgusting. And it really should stop. Okay. So we'll go back because it's already gone 2 hours. Okay, so Mitch Snow, this is his story. I've exposed some of it, the other issues, and we'll see. We've got some links here that go into them. But this is family courts. The man has been dragged through the coals. It's a typical story. I mean, this whole thing that fathers are shafted by the courts, that's not true. And if a father requests custody of their children, in 90% of the cases, they will get it. The custody of children usually goes to mothers, just because mothers are usually the primary caretakers of the kids, and particularly of your stay-at-home moms. So it's more just that's the between the spouses, they agree on that because the mothers have been taking care of the kids. Regardless of all of the feminist movement, yeah, mothers still play an important role in raising their children. And this stuff, we'll see who Gary, instead of bringing on Mitch, we'll see. Patriot Dad. Okay, I looked into his custody case and blogs, and that's a real shit show. And definitely an abuser. That's why, over the years, I'm like, wait a second. If you are protecting this, then you yourself are an abuser. Because if you don't recognize this as abusive behavior, it's because that's how you are. Because I've been ostracized from the very, very beginning from the whole domestic violence industry because they are controlled by the feminists, and the narrative and agenda that they are pushing is all men are evil and violent and all women are angels of mercy. So, of course, I've tried to get some of the fathers' rights initiatives. I've reached out many, many, many times trying to get some assistance there and say, look, I've done all the research. I know where the problems are, and I know all of your enemy camp where all of the problem people are and who you need to take out. Never get any response. Now, the problem with the Fathers' Rights Initiative is it's basically split into two camps. You have pedophile rights, and then real fathers who are having, legitimate concerns and being shafted by the courts. I mean, it's a money-making business, and nobody cares about the kids, and they just want more and more money. And I mean, I've been in this for 20 years, and it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. And things were bad when I started. But of course, since nobody's been held to account, now we do have here, my activism website. Let's see if this is sharing. So on my activism website, we do have, let's see, rights violations. Yeah, the International Criminal Court submission against family courts for crimes against humanity. So we have submitted, as far as I know, and here are all of the different correspondences that I've, written to people about, this submission and trying to get, because I know very well without political support, we're not going to get any help. And that was submitted by Barbara Stone. She's from Florida. She was a real estate lawyer. I don't know where that case is. My understanding is she really did that just because she was trying to launch a presidential bid in the 2024 campaign. So, and of course she didn't win or even get noticed. And this kind of got left by the wayside. Now, as I say, I don't really care. I've been pushing and pushing and pushing. We need to submit. My case against the Spanish government challenges González Carreño versus Spain. So, we do have it there. We just need it to be examined and for the courts to examine it. And for that, we need some political backing, which everybody's too busy playing party politics to care about any of that stuff. So we'll go back here and this. So here, Gary has been informed. This, I forget when it was, but this is just recently. This is this Barnes guy. Okay.
I've dealt with child abuse. The people who are the worst.
Okay.
I've dealt with child abuse. The people who are the worst for victims of child abuse are the Child Protective Service agencies. They're political, they're ideological, and they got 100 problems. They would lie to me more than anybody. I just grew to despise them for years. So when they were leaking stories that somehow the kid tested positive, I was like, if you know anything about hair tests, you know how completely bogus they are for drug tests. Just ask any trucker. So the other people. So, and in fact, all the allegations concerning his kids turned out totally false. He got his kids fully back. Only happens, and he got them back quickly if all the allegations were false. So he had a personal drug use issue, and he pled guilty to that. I don't get, and he did no prison time, like I said it was going to happen. But mostly I stood by saying the accusations that he was a bad parent were garbage, that his kids were on drugs was garbage, and it all was garbage. None of those people have apologized to this day for lying about. I've dealt with child.
I mean, it's all a joke. See, once again, Gary Melton can't say that he didn't know. Here's another.
He was conveying the story to me. He's like, yeah, we got literally tons and tons. This is what he told me. Tons and tons of cocaine. And it was all in the back of the truck. And they were like, hey, you're like one of the lowest ranking guys out here. You got to go burn all that stuff. He said, he was made responsible for burning literally tons of drugs in piles and destroying piles of rifles and other weapons. That's not how we do this. We don't just take cocaine or whatever drugs it was, heroin, cocaine, I don't know even what it was. He was conveying the story to me. He's like, yeah, we got. I mean,
he's talking about Mitch Snow, and this is apparently where Mitch got in some problems and stuff. Of course, you go and burn cartels' cocaine, and they're not too happy about that one. So, but we just heard that conversation that he had with Mitch, and then he comes out on the internet. And he's a liar, he's a wife beater, he's a deadbeat, he's, just repeating the narrative of what the courts have been saying and what his wife have been saying. I mean, I'm sorry. Hearing that conversation really blew me away. So look at this. I saw this here. Help us accelerate. $1 million matching grant for a gift. I mean, TPUSA is just raking it in and raking it in. I mean, it's incredible. And then they have the gall. Everybody has the gall to turn around and says that Mitch is a gold digger. Incredible. So, we've already gone really late on this. So here, I'd rather play this one. This is just. So if it doesn't work, going after Mitch.
Now, there are some things that we don't know for sure that I think are going to be answered at trial that I will agree with you on. And there's some anomalies. I know for a fact that she is intentionally trying to deceive people, and I don't know what the motive is. I can speculate what that motive is. I think there's multiple there. Money is definitely money, clicks, and power. Candace is wealthy.
Everybody is greedy, but him.
I don't necessarily think it's about money. I think it's about status. Wealthy? I think that's really what drives her personally. But the fact is, we can put all that stuff aside. That's my personal opinion. When we bring it back down to facts, the fact is that she is deceiving the American people. And I've had enough of it. I'm tired of being called a fed because I present truth. I back everything that
He's being called a fed all the time by everybody. He's pissed off because people are calling him names or calling a spade, and he doesn't want to hear it. Here, let me close these. That's what the problem is here.
I have with evidence, and there's a lot of things going on, and I have left this alone for 3 months because I thought people would come to their senses, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse. And it's so obvious to me, and it's so obvious to a lot of people.
I left it alone for 3 months. No bullshit. You got a phone call saying, buddy, The Fed's calling here to give you your instructions.
And I'll be honest with you folks, I genuinely thought that I was going to lose like half my subscribers posting that video the other day. I don't care. I don't do this. I don't make a living off of this. I've lost money pursuing this whole Candace thing. I've lost money through revenue because this is kind of built into our business model of.
He got a phone call and he didn't realize it was going to cost him. When it came time to pay the devil his dues, he realized it's not so easy.
You know, we sell guns, we sell training, all those things. And when I'm taking away from time from that, I'm losing money. So this is because I love this country. This is because truth is the soul of this nation. And it is not.
You sell guns and train people to kill people. And maybe we should be checking into you about this whole thing. Maybe you were the one who radicalized the kid.
Not okay to sit there and accuse people of murder, conspiracy, assassinations without proof. It is not okay to do that. I don't care if we have a disagreement on.
These people have gotten it into their heads. She accused us of murder. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. You can explain to them 100 million times that nobody accused them of murder. Asking questions. But no.
Who killed Charlie? Okay, what I do have a real problem with is when you start destroying people's lives here in the United States because you're putting forth accusations that you can't back up with any sort of evidence, and then you take people.
Whose lives has Candace destroyed? Whose lives?
On this wild goose chase of Egyptian planes, like there's a lot going on wrong with that. So anyways, want to say hi to everybody. A couple of things that are going to happen. Number one, I'm about to bring on Carrie. And I think you guys are going to find some of her content very interesting. Make sure that you go check out her links to all her socials. Go follow her. So we are going to be doing a live stream with Erica at 9 p.m. And then this podcast, we're going to run just like we normally would a normal podcast with Carrie. Towards the end of that, maybe around the time that we go to Erica, we're going to take questions or maybe even after that. But we want to get your questions in. We want to read your comments, all the things. If you'd like to become a member and support us, we appreciate that. And if you haven't done so already, make sure you like and subscribe. I do want to say thank you to all of our moderators out there. I don't give you guys nearly enough credit. And quite frankly, you guys do such a good job that I often forget about you. So without further ado, I want to go ahead and bring on Carrie Smith. Carrie, thank you for coming on. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me, Gary.
No, it's awesome.
I'm happy there are some good things that actually come from X. It's not all terrible.
No. So I'm still figuring X out. I'm not going to lie. It's not my forum, right? I understand YouTube, but what the thing that I really do appreciate about X is that I have been able to talk to people, reach out to people, get great guests on, and I count you among those. And hopefully we'll do some things in the future because you got some great content. I think even outside of this whole Charlie Kirk thing, Candace situation, people need to be aware of your work and what you're doing, and I think it's really important. So I thank you for what you do and the time and effort that you put into all this, and I really appreciate you coming on tonight.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
This is one of my problems with all these activists and all of these people giving speeches. You got great content. I got to produce content. I'm like, and what are you going to do with all this content? I'm so sick and tired. I can run circles around any of the damn experts in this city. And I'm like, get off your little ass and let's move and let's get something done. No. We're too busy discussing the important problems of the world.
Yeah, so if you will, just tell everybody a little bit about who you are, kind of what you do, and then kind of how you got into this too. I still haven't heard that story, and I'm interested to hear that myself.
I'll give you the short version, and anyone who's interested can I did an hour-long, or maybe longer than that, interview with Trigonometry that goes into the details of it. But I used to be in the woke left. I was one of these people who was like a true believer in that ideology. I was indoctrinated.
You moved from the woke left to the woke right.
At Duke University. And I say indoctrinated, I'm responsible for my choices. I was an adult, but I fell into it like a lot of college kids do. I didn't realize it was a I didn't realize what it was. I thought it was just liberalism. And I was in it for 20 years. And I started leaving around 2016, 2017. And all the things that happened. This was before it was very common to see people who left the left. It was, there's still a lot of social consequences for leaving that cult. I work with people who are trying to leave it or contemplating leaving it. But they're not as many, thankfully, because I think the culture war, we've been winning a lot of battles against that ideology. So back then it was still very much like social suicide. So when I left, I had to step away from my career. I had been working in comedy. I produced a late night TV show and some comedy specials. I worked with comedians who were woke. I pushed woke ideology in my work.
I mean, everybody, comedians, oh, the doors are open. People who actually done their research, pissed off moms, opting in homemakers, oh, not wanted. Go jump off a bridge.
I left all of that behind and moved to Texas. It's like, I don't care what I have to do. I just want to be able to say what I think is real. And I lost a bunch of friends.
What was the catalyst for that? Like, what was the moment?
It was, so 2016, that was a big cultural inflection point. A lot of people woke up then because they were seeing what I was seeing. That was the year, there was the sniper in Dallas at the Black Lives Matter protest who killed a bunch of innocent people, a bunch of police officers and civilians. And when that happened, I saw people in my cult, which I didn't realize at the time was a cult. I saw people.
Cornelia Guest is in Dallas. She moved from New York City because it became too woke. Then she goes to Dallas.
People in my world online celebrating it. And they were saying things like, some old white men are going to have to die. And I'm like, what is this? This is not what liberalism. This is not what I signed up for. And I was trying to talk to some of these people and it was just, there was no talking. And then around the same time, I started to see, this was back when on YouTube, before YouTube started doing all of the crazy censorship and only recommending what they call authoritative sources. Back then, you could go down a rabbit hole of stuff that you were actually looking for. And so I went down this rabbit hole of videos of leftists, people on my side, presumably attacking Trump supporters, like bloodying them, chasing them, throwing bricks at them, egging them. All of this violence captured on film. And I didn't know any of that was happening. I was the typical cultist. I was in my echo chamber. I only read the approved sources. You know, I only was friends with the approved people. So that emotionally shook me. And I mentioned that because a lot of people who have left a cult, or whether it's the leftist cult or another kind of cult, there's usually some kind of emotional thing that happens. You don't reach them with facts, at least not at first. There's like an emotional awakening that happens. So that shook me. And at that point, you don't leave a cult.
The Republicans and the Democrats are run like cults. All of the different churches are basically run like cults. I mean, even the international development community, that's run like a cult. IMF, World Bank, UN. Ooh, that's a real cozy little cult. And when you retire, then you get a job over at the nonprofits and the think tanks in here. It's all a big, 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 big cult. And if you don't toe the line, like me, then you are thrown to the wolves. So this whole thing, it really, this is, I mean, Gary, God, I keep on going, my God, I'm going to have to download all of his videos and start a course on how people bullshit you and gaslight you with their bullshit.
Quickly either. It's not like I left after that made me cry, and I didn't know why this was different than what I thought was the truth, because I thought Trump supporters are violent and crazy, right? But that was like a fracture in my belief system. And then after that, I started trying to listen to people I had previously never listened to. I started trying to have conversations. And when Trump won in 2016, I was still in the cult. I was still one of the people who was like, this is awful. I believed all the crap. Oh, he's a demagogue, you know.
Did you do the string of the sky thing?
No, but I cried. And then I cried, and then
The funny thing is 2016. Now, I have never campaigned for a candidate or even been part of a political party. I've always been independent. I've lived abroad for 20 years and never get the ballots to vote. So, you know, but in 2016, I did. I was out there. You gotta vote Hillary. You gotta vote Hillary. Oh my God, Trump. He's a overinflated ego frat boy, nouveau riche, trying to cozy up to the robber barons in New York City, bankruptcy building businessmen who graduated from Wharton. I mean, come on, you people. You really think he's going to be America first and he's going to solve the problems that this country has, the economic, the social, or political problems? I mean, I was like, you people are crazy. Now, oh, God knew much better than I did. Funny how it works out that way sometimes. Only sometimes. We've had long arguments at sometimes, and I'm like, how can you like be benevolent if you let all of this horrible stuff happen? So anyway, I was like, no, you got to vote Hillary, vote Hillary, vote Hillary. But after that, I was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with you all. I had already gone through all of the human rights, the domestic violence, all of the nonprofits. I'm just like, okay, I'm just waiting for the bloodshed to start. Maybe somebody will start listening to me. Instead, he puts these bimbos on the podium to come and bash.
But then I saw people in my world, my cult, who just could not function. I had friends who like couldn't take care of their kids, like were people who could not function after he won. And I was watching all of this, and I was still trying to understand. So I at that time, I wanted to understand why he won, because I didn't want him to win again 4 years later, right? So I started trying to listen to people on the right and listen to what they were saying. And I was realizing a lot of this stuff is true. Like the PC culture, the censorship, the violence, like the stuff they were talking about was true.
Yeah.
And I quickly found out what a lot of people find out. I thought I could just talk to my echo chamber, right? Like, hey guys, look at what they're talking about here with, I think it was a Jonathan Pye video I saw about PC culture. I'm like, this is really important. We should pay attention to this if we don't want him to win again. People are voting for him because we've become so censorious and so violent and extremist and radical and are defending murder and stuff, right? And they're like, no, he only won because of racism and sexism, Carrie. And it was, it was what you would expect. And so when it took me about 6 months, I finally left, and Jordan Peterson had shared a letter that I wrote him, and shortly after that, I wrote an essay that he shared that was about. It was actually written for my former
Jordan
friends in the woke culture.
Shared a letter that she had written. Jordan Peterson, when I contacted him, he said, "Oh, you should talk to my wife. She's working on the feminism stuff." I was supposed to speak with her. I sent her an email, first contact, good. Then I sent her, an initial email, and I never heard back. She kept on ignoring me after that. I mean, what the frick? I mean, that woman. The Petersons are a real piece of work.
Well, I was trying to explain to them what I was seeing. Like, this is wrong. It was called leaving the social justice cult and finding myself, and that was like 2017 when I finally left it. And after that essay, that was like the great unfriending happened. And, I had quit my career by then. I was like, I'll just leave this. I'm going to go to Texas and sell cowboy boots. Like, I'll do whatever I have to do so I can say what I think. And it was like, I had friends in the cult who, some of them were journalists, like leftist journalists that were posting stuff about how I was their former friend who became a right-wing Nazi troll and all this stuff. And then
All about being
one
friends
friend came to
and popular.
Texas to stage an intervention for me like a political intervention. Yes. It was a long process.
So
And
somebody flew to your or drove.
Oh, my mother and my mother, my poor beleaguered father, came all the way up from Texas to do an intervention with me because I was warning everybody about Trump. I mean, literally, great. Oh, and she came up, and also my Bible frapping cousin was there, who my mother said, "Oh, don't talk about drugs too much because her daughter had some drug problems." I'm like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. She was here, and she came, and when she came, and she's like, we'd have to stop every couple of blocks and pray, hold hands and pray. And she my favorite. Oh, this is one of the classics. She said, "What would Jesus think if he knew what you were doing?" And I looked at her and I was like, what are you talking about? What do you and my mom say behind my back? I mean, I would love someday, I would love for people to tell me everything that was my mother was saying behind my back. I mean, I just was like looking at her going, what the frick have you two been blah, 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 blah inventing? And I just responded to her. I said, oh, he would give me a high five and say, go for it, gal. Oh, these crazy ladies in this. My younger sister even said, oh, yeah, this country's crazy. Yeah, and you made it that way. I left and you embraced it. Maybe, certainly my younger sister hasn't done it alone, but she is just amongst the many celebrity chefs who are looking for
Have traveled to your location.
yes.
To have an intervention.
Yes.
And get you out of the grasp of the Nazis.
Yes. She basically had been elected by all of my former friends to be the one to talk to me. And she said, human beings are tribal. And I said, I think you're right. That's true. And she said, and you're not just leaving the tribe, you're attacking it. And I was like, well, she's like, you'll never be welcome back. I'm like, I don't want to come back. And then she started attacking the tribe she thought I was joining. And I'm like, I'm trying to be a nomad for a while and figure things out. Like at that point, I was like, I don't even, I'm now an independent at that time. I'm still an independent, but I obviously have been voting Republican because they're the only sane choice.
Yeah, no, she's definitely not independent. She's tribal. But see, the people coming in and doing the intervention with her and like, no, you'll never be back. Welcome back in our little group. No, that's okay. That's okay. See, Gary Melton is playing the same games and trying to intimidate. Well, Candace, if you don't shut up, then you're not going to be welcome back in our little group. We're going to, take your money, whatever, the threats, to try and intimidate her. I mean, I can't even believe cult expert Carrie Smith that he brings in when Gary Melton is a walking example of a cult leader and the rhetoric and the tactics he uses to control his little harem and tribe.
So yeah, I was one of those people. I went from crying in 2016 that he won to voting for him in 2020 and again in 2024. And I have a lot of friends. Like, so I do a show called Deprogrammed, and it started off, it was about leaving the woke left. And now it's a lot of it's about that, but it's also about other kinds of cults and ideology and the way people can get sucked into something and used. Because a lot of
she can get her book published because all the publishers and everybody knows, well, she's not going to do anything. She just publish a book, give speeches, collect money.
People in that woke cult are used.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I do. I talk to parents and people who have loved ones who are still in that cult. And lately, I've been, for the first time ever, the past 3 months, I've started getting messages and people texts and stuff from people who are asking me about a different cult. I've had parents who are asking me about their sons, you know, in the what I call the Fuentes cult, the Groyper cult. And so I think things are shifting a little bit, and that's new for me. Talking to parents about, like, they're like, I never prepared for this. One mom said, you know, she homeschooled, did all the right things to protect her kids from the leftist woke crap, and she's like, I never even considered that there would be these frauds presenting themselves as.
Everybody, instead of going into your community, signing up for the PTA, getting on there and saying, no, this is not happening in my community, this is not happening in my schools, homeschool your kids. I every time I turn around and everybody's like, oh yeah, I'm really good because I homeschool, I'm a real good parent. Well, and you're a shit civil citizen.
Being on the right, that I would have to worry about protecting them from, you know, building them up enough and giving them the tools to recognize that kind of a con artist. So
Interesting. Yeah. So, you know, you laid out, number one, I can't think of his name right now, but he actually laid out a really good video a few weeks ago, and he was talking about the different deceptive practices that Candace is using. That I was like, when I hear somebody talk about it,
this is not using any deceptive practices. It's Gary who is using
episode that I just watched. And folks, for the record, I've watched over 20 episodes from beginning to end. So for those of you that say I've never watched a full episode, you have no clue what you're talking about.
That's more than me, by the way. I've watched 12.
It's tough. I mean, that is.
And I've watched more than that, and I can conclusively say that what they're saying here is defamation, lies and defamation.
Job, because of all the, number one, even if I agreed with Candace, the way that she delivers things, I wouldn't be able to relate with her. I guess there's a lot of, I don't know, a lot of different animation and
Gary is just so incessantly jealous of Candace. I don't know if it's racial or because she's a woman. You know, what's going on there, but my Lord, this man needs a psychiatrist.
And a lot of stuff going on, and that's fine. And by the way, you know, I loved Candace, was a huge fan of Candace. And you know, I'm actually really sad to see her go down this, because folks, I'm telling you right now, you can, once you wake up to this and you watch one of her episodes, it just, everything becomes so clear what she's doing, the manipulation. And then when you watch her present things, like, I didn't even notice this till I was rewatching one of the clips I watched the other day, that I made the other day, where she never went through, these are the charging documents. She never went through the charging documents. And I kept seeing where people were arguing about things that are in the charging documents. I'm like, you know that this is in there, and I'm pretty sure Candace went through the charging documents. Then I went and rewatched the episode. She actually didn't go through the charging documents. She had a producer kind of summarize these points, and then watching what she had on those and how she summarizes, as opposed to just reading these things, it was very clear to me. It was very manipulative, right? It was very engineered, in that it omitted so much of important information that it was clearly meant to deceive. And she omits things so that she can bend the narrative at her will. So, you know, I watched his video. I've been watching this, and I've been seeing.
He keeps on, you know, he says these statements like that, but then he never gives an example. If I'm to say, you know, somebody is a pathological liar. Well, for example, they told me they were doing this, and then the other, you know, they're constantly, you know, you give examples instead of just these defamatory statements of, oh, she's manipulative, she's doing this, she's doing that. There's never any evidence.
The different things that she does and the different tactics and techniques she uses to deceive people and to keep people entertained and put cliffhangers at the end so that you're going to come back in next week.
Yes.
It is.
Okay. That ding ding moment. Yeah, when he says, see, and then these cliffhangers to bring people in at the next moment. Yeah. She is, this is entertainment. I mean, I know that this is nobody should be making money or entertaining themselves off of the assassination from anybody. In fact, it's really kind of disgusting what the podcasters have done. And in fact, the reason that they are constantly accusing somebody else of, oh, you're just in it for the money, you're just in it from the money, we're going to, Mitch Snow, you're never going to touch that money, is because that's why they're in it. But he just, it's incredible how he needs to look in the mirror.
Extremely well manufactured entertainment. All right. I can understand why she is entertaining, and I can understand why people are tuning in.
He's not as popular and entertaining as Candace. Jealousy, jealousy, jealousy.
All the time. With that being said, it's pure disinformation. There's no doubt about that. And that is separate from, to me, that is totally separate. So for those of you who are saying, hey, there's still questions to be asked, she's the only one asking them. Number one, she's not asking them. She's leading you astray. She's taking you outside of the realm of even real possibilities, and it's a distraction. But for those of you that are still curious about all this stuff, I am too. All right, there's still definitely some questions asked that need to be asked that haven't been.
This narrative. I mean, the thing is like, I would love for somebody calculate how much this is costing per minute for all of these people to waste money bickering over, you have to keep on saying, no, she's not, she's just following leads. We've got this, and she's doing it online, and she's making a business out of it, reality show, whatever you want to call it, and you're jealous because she's more successful than you.
I think a lot of those will be answered during the trial. But then I came across one of your articles.
What's the trial? Yeah, that kid's goose is cooked, and it's a done deal.
On X.
That's why you investigate a crime, and you don't, jump the gun in accusing somebody, because then if you don't have the appropriate evidence, and then the guy can walk free. I mean, ask anybody, any detective, anybody who works in a police station will know, until you got some real evidence on somebody, you don't want to go and arrest them, because you could shit show your case. You guys fucked up. Now, admit it.
And you went through and you listed the different tactics and techniques that she is using that are very similar to cult-like tactics.
Yes.
And I think anytime, and look, to some degree, whether it's education, training, whatever, there's indoctrination, there's things that work, right? And so there's going to be some crossover. Because people that are compelling use certain tactics that are known to be compelling. Some of them use them for good, and then some of them use them for, evil. And I think what she's doing is she's using clear disinformation tactics. So I guess, if you will, just kind of walk us through some of the things.
This man, could somebody please get him a mirror?
That you believe that she's doing to create this cult-like base that you can't speak logic to. You can't even reason with them, and I don't understand it.
Yeah.
You can't reason with them. Have you ever had to try and have a conversation, a debate over any of this stuff with anybody? No. You just keep on calling conspiracy theory, shut them up, cancel them.
Well, first, I'll get to her cult tactics, but before I do that, I just want to describe the characteristics of a cult itself.
Sure.
So that people can kind of connect the dots and for themselves say, does this fit? Does this fit? Does this fit?
Yeah.
And so one of those is classically an authoritarian and charismatic leader that you can't question. Now, in the woke left cult checks off almost all of the cult characteristics, except for that one, with that one exception. but it checks off enough to be classified as a cult. But Candace is, a lot of these cult of personalities, they're built around a personality. They're built around a person. They're built around a charismatic person. So that's one of the first characteristics. Excessive devotion from the cult members, excessive devotion, unquestioning faith. I think you
That's not at all. The people who follow Candace, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. To the contrary.
Can see that clearly if you've watched 22 episodes. She does something I've never seen before. Maybe other people do it, but she was the first person I saw doing this. She reads only effusive praise of herself pretty much at the end of each episode. She closes each episode reading effusive praise. It's very different than going through and reading certain comments or
effusive praise for herself. Okay, we're gonna have to. That could be lies, misinformation, defamation. Take her to court.
Questions. A lot of people read, there's questions, there's comments. Yes, there's praise. I love your show, whatever. But you read other stuff, and I read stuff from people who disagree with me, things like that, and then challenge it. She ends it with just effusive praise of dear leader, right? And so people who are in the cult come to learn that if you want to have your comment read, like, you better step it up. So it becomes more and more effusive. You're going to save us. God protect you. Protect this woman at all costs, that kind of stuff. So extreme devotion. Isolation is another characteristic. Isolation and this real us versus them mentality. She's very skilled at this. She clipped my show and kind of made fun of this as if she didn't understand it, but she understands it. She uses inclusive language, meaning she speaks.
Payback time, apparently. Candace said something that this woman didn't like, so it's payback time.
For we and us instead of for me and I. So she speaks for the cult, and not just the cult. If you've seen her shows, you've seen her speak for the world. Mm-hmm. She will say, instead of saying, I want to know this, she'll say, the world wants to know this, the world this, right? And she'll often say we, like recently she told her cult not to vote, and how
she is running a thing that's entertainment. I mean, one of the things, I would never want to do that. That's not my forte. I mean, I admire that if somebody can really engage people precisely. I'm like, you guys, I've got all of this research. Please, would you take it up on a podium and start giving speeches and stuff? Because I really don't want to do that. That's a talent, and stop being jealous of it.
Instead of saying, I don't care about the midterms, she's like, we don't care about the midterms. It's like she's giving you your opinion, we and us. And she's always talking about her efforts to crack the case and discover the real killer or whatever in that we and us language. We are doing this, us, we, us. So there's a lot.
The whole thing about like having these podcasters, you're getting your people to come onto a platform. You want to establish a group feeling, if you will. I mean, this woman is crazy.
A lot of that. A high degree of information control. As you mentioned, she has not even read the charging documents, and her
high degree of information control. Gary, look in the mirror.
Cult is not familiar with them. She managed to have CNN, which is a laughing stock of a propaganda channel. They managed to humiliate her because she didn't know what was in the indictment. She didn't know
text messages. Yeah.
She did not realize they were text messages, and she just said a lie that, oh, well, I know they're not, one of the reasons I know they're not real is because, this Discord said they weren't, and the person.
When Gary makes a mistake, oh, so what? I made a mistake. When Candace makes a mistake, it's a lie.
CNN reporters like they're not Discord messages, they're text messages, and then she just repeated her lie. So she doesn't. They're not getting real information. Manipulation and high control tactics. So one of the ways she manipulates is she's always insinuating that her life is in danger and that the cult needs to protect her.
She's always insinuating it's really her cult. That her life is in danger? No, she's had some legitimate death threats against her, and she better be careful.
members are becoming more radicalized over time. We've already seen one of them arrested for making death threats to some of her targets, to multiple targets of hers. There was a shooting outside a Temple studio. I'm not going to speculate, but many have. Like, is this related to him? Suddenly, he's criticizing.
I'm not going to speculate, but many have. And let me tell you what they said.
Her now too. Who knows? But I do think
I even shared, and it wasn't the only one, but I shared one message that was going around that was a clearly a threat, and it was in support of Candace against some. It's on my ex profile, but that is definitely going around, and you see how rabid. Like I said this in the video. Like, I've been doing politics for a long time. We've always been a gun channel, but I've always pushed conservative politics. And we've had the liberals, and we've like Antifa come on here and talk all kinds of smack. This is like 50x the level of crazy and abusive language and intent and like organized character assassination like I've never seen. It's like nothing I've ever seen. It's just simple as that. It's much worse.
It's wicked. I get hate mail. I've been getting hate mail for 8 years from leftists, from the white nationalists, the Fuentes types, from both sides, extremists, right?
Yeah.
The hate mail I get from Cantifa, that's the new pun I heard. The hate mail I get from Cantifa is so malicious. There's something very dark about it. And I can talk to, generally speaking, I can talk to people in most cults. I don't automatically block someone because they're in the woke left or what people are calling the woke right or anti-Semite, whatever. I can talk to QAnon people, whoever, but I can't talk to Candace people. It's that level of malice that they've adopted from her. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. I think they're potentially dangerous. So,
examples.
So yeah, the manipulation. Well, so it's funny, that list that I wrote of cult tactics that she uses, I included on there, I think number 6 was that she's always insinuating that her life is in danger, and the cult picks up on that, and then it brings out this rabid, it's meant to bring this out, and it does bring out this rabid defense of her, like, this sort of just over the top emotion and anger and hatred. And that was 20 days before she ramped it up and then said this crazy story about how France is took out a hit on her for $1.5 million, and she knows who did it, and she's got all the receipts. Of course, she never shares receipts.
If anybody watched Candace's shows and listened to these people, you would be like, are we talking about the same person? Because this is crazy. But see how the witch hunt goes?
But so it's like I wrote that, and then 20 days later, she took it to the extreme, that example. Another is financial.
Then she went to Dollywood right after.
Then she went to Dollywood. Then she went to a celebrity-studded Christmas bash. As you do when assassins are. I just find it laughable. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Candy Cultists.
And she sent the text message instead of sending an actual email to the FBI. She just sent a text message that she got no response from.
Of course not.
That's what I would do if I thought myself all joking aside, like some of this stuff is a little funny, but all joking aside, folks, ask yourself, if you thought your life was in danger, would you just send a text message to some random FBI person that you know, or would you actually send an email to make sure that it was documented? And then
No, I'll tell you what I would do and what I did do. I went to the police station. They didn't want to take it. They said, no, you got to go to the Guardia Civil. This is in Spain. So I go to the Guardia Civil. No, not a good idea. So, I went through that process. Then, since they were covering it all up, I went to my consulate in Madrid, and they told me to go screw myself. So this is not a problem of Candace. I assume a text message. She probably to Cash Patel. She knows Cash Patel, I assume. So if I know somebody in the FBI, I'm going to go, because if I file a complaint through the proper channels, it's going to be shoved at the back of some, file cabinet or thrown in the trash. So, yeah, it's normal that she should have gone to Kash Patel. He takes, this man, I feel sorry for his wife. And his children. This man is abusive. He'll take anything and try and twist it into something that you've done something wrong.
I'm not even big on social media. If I really thought that was going on top of that, I would show you the receipt of, hey, here's my email. I would show you that. I would show you that it was sent, and I would show you the acknowledgement of said email. We got none of those.
And that's what you would do. Just because you do something doesn't mean everybody has to do it your way. This whole attitude is just...
I've filed 2 police reports for threats, as people do when you're online.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I did that just to have a paper trail and, where
exactly. That's what she did. She knows they're not going to protect her.
Where's her report?
Well, her text message to I assume, as I say, Kash Patel. You people really need to get over your jealousy. So anyway, that continues and continues. But I did want to show how this is just, it's all just a witch hunt. They go back and forth between Candace now and Mitch Snow. If they can't, the tactic to shut up Candace is not working, then they attack Mitch Snow. And it's like, well, wait a second. All it is he said that he saw somebody there. And Gary keeps on saying, well, if we can confirm that he was there or confirm his story. But then Gary says, oh, I believe he was there. This man would literally, this gaslighting is really does drive people crazy. So we're going to go back because, as we saw, Gary was told by this Barnes guy about the problems in CPS. He is very much aware. We saw the conversation that he had with Mitch Snow. He's very much aware of what's going on. We had this couple of, I forget which one, but we saw the Ryan Mata. Here, we'll look at this.
Big media and big government are censoring the truth. President Trump defeated the fake news monopoly through local news and voices. And the Nexstar Tegna deal helps to finish the fight by creating more local news. Keep news local for a greater America.
I'm a contractor, but my most important job is protecting my kids. Just how customers come to me for construction advice.
And welcome back for another episode of Patriotic Housewife. We are going to be jumping right into Ryan Mata's new documentary that is going to be released on November 24th. This documentary is talking about baby Cyrus in Idaho. If you guys are not familiar, this was absolutely so sad. It was about a family where they took their baby to the doctor. The doctor said the baby was malnourished, and because the baby was underweight, and it was barely underweight, they had CPS come in and take the child. And these poor young parents struggled to get their child back because they did not abuse their child. So first, I want to go into Ryan Mata's bio, because we will be interviewing him live on 11/25 at 6:30 p.m. So it's going to be a great interview. Please tune in for it. This is all regarding how CPS is trafficking children. And this is such an important issue right now. Obviously, ST of children is running rampant in this country. And so this is just one way where they're doing it. And you even hear about, this has to do with the foster families as well. So we're going to jump right into his bio, and then we'll talk about the actual documentary, what it is about, and go from there. So Ryan Mata is an investigative journalist whose primary expertise lies in exposing government-funded child trafficking. He has garnered significant attention for his investigative work in this dark and complex field, becoming a notable figure in the fight against child exploitation. Ryan has produced 2 documentaries on the subject of, we'll just call it, CT. Operation Amber Alert. This documentary dives into the mechanisms and networks involved in child trafficking, particularly highlighting instances where government agencies might be complicit. The second one is What is Treason? Trafficked. Mata explores how government policies or lack thereof have allowed for the trafficking of children, painting a picture or, of the systemic failures and possible corruption. Additionally, his work extends to broader issues of national security and governance. What is Treason Invaded? This documentary focuses on the implications of current administration policies, framing them as acts of betrayal and negligence, particularly concerning border security and national sovereignty. Operation Amber Alert Guatemala, scheduled for early 2025, aims to further expose the international dimensions of CT, specifically focusing on Guatemala. This upcoming documentary is expected to continue his trend of investigative journalism that challenges viewers to reconsider the roles of governments and international organizations in the protection or exploitation of children. Ryan Mata's work is not just about informing the public, but also about stirring a call to action against CT, making him a significant voice in a critical human rights arena. His dedication to this cause, combined with his advocacy for Bitcoin as a means to empower individuals against centralized control, defines his multifaceted approach to journalism and activism. Beyond his journalism, Ryan is also a staunch Bitcoin maximalist, advocating that Bitcoin is the future of money. His belief in Bitcoin stems from its potential to offer financial freedom, privacy, and security away from the control of the centralized institutions, which aligns with his broader echoes of exposing corruption and advocating for individual sovereignty. This aspect of his philosophy not only informs his financial perspective, but also intervenes with his investigative work, where he often criticizes the financial dependencies that might enable or obscure criminal activities. Mata's maximalist stance on Bitcoin reflects his commitment to the truth and transparency in all areas of life, from journalism to economics. His documentaries like Operation Amber Alert not only focus on human rights, but also subtly underline the need for systems like Bitcoin that empower individuals against exploitive structures. His dual role as an investigative journalist and Bitcoin advocate positions him at the intersection of technology ethics and human rights.
Big media and big government are censoring the truth. President Trump defeated the fake news monopoly through local news and voices. And the Nexstar Tegna deal helps to finish the fight by creating more local news. Keep news local for a greater America.
I follow Ryan on Twitter, and throughout everything with Charlie Kirk, he's done some pretty awesome work as far as talking about, what he thinks has gone on, people providing him with footage, things like that. But he does have some great talent when it comes to the exploitation of children. And in my opinion, and I've brought this up in other, podcasts, where there's a show called SOSA, really quick, we're going to get off on just a small tangent, where they work with local law enforcement to do sting operations. And you would be so shocked, or not shocked, to find out that majority of the people that are doing this stuff are the people that you don't think are doing it. They're the engineers, they're the lawyers. There was one episode where it was a DCFS officer, somebody who's taking children out of the home to protect the child, but he's assaying the child. How terrible is this? So it really is a huge
We see this all the time.
problem, and he's bringing awareness to it. And for that, I wanted to platform him. He is,
In fact, the landlord, he also lived in the house before where I am now. This is at Mount Pleasant. Unfortunately, he's passed away. But he was a court-appointed lawyer and in family courts. And I'm almost positive one of his charges committed suicide. But I'll tell you, the sexual harassment, I got that from that man and the other guy who was living there, his good friend. The entire time, particularly during the shutdown, I mean, I was like, I just wanted to see him in court. Both of them unfortunately have passed. They were elderly. Yeah, so it's like, everybody, I mean, all of these documentaries, all of these documentarians. My younger sister, who's celebrity chef to the stars in Telluride, Colorado, she was like, with their film festival. I was like, yeah, that's like such a waste of money and resources just for a bunch of people to like come and present their films and going out to eat. She's like, oh, but it raises awareness. I keep on saying, you cannot, all the awareness raising in this world doesn't do any good if it's amongst a bunch of psychopaths who don't give a shit. I mean, the documentaries, there are so many documentaries that have been made about this. The drug problem in Colombia, or now it's Mexico. We're going to start with Venezuela. The quantity of money that is being spent by all of these film producers. Oh yeah, my good friend Clemencia in Madrid, my neighbor. She's like this actress. She knows a friend of hers was dating, what's his name? Alec Baldwin. This is 2007, 2008. So he's going through his divorce, and she saw everything that happened. I mean, he came out with that book, A Promise to Ourselves, and we all know about his video calling his daughter a fat pig, which of course was not exactly great. But even at that time, I mean, I'm still in the thick of it. I haven't really even started my research, but I knew enough. But I was like, come on, that's not a man being abusive. He was pissed off. He shouldn't have said that. But the courts are pissing people off and producing these situations. So I'd be willing to give him a pass. I mean, Clemencia, last time I talked to her, oh God, years ago. Oh yeah, I did another documentary on the drug problems in Colombia. She's sitting in Madrid. I haven't seen my kids. I mean, I'll tell you, all of my family and friends, oh, I don't want to involve in any pleasantness. I don't want anybody raining on my parade. I'm like, yeah, well, guess what? You put your assets on the line and your citizenship rights on the line. I keep on telling everybody, you people have no rights. They're being completely taken away from you. I'm good. I'm making money. That's what they all keep on telling me.
He's deplatformed on so many social media apps because of the exploiting he's doing on these issues. So I wanted to platform him here because I believe that this is one of, if not the biggest issue we are facing. And as a Christian, we have to protect.
I don't understand how platforming a documentary is doing anything. Nobody wants to platform me because I actually want something to be done.
The children are so important. Right now, I'm going to share the article with you guys about baby Cyrus, and we will just go over that. So baby Cyrus, a traumatic medical kidnapping in Idaho. This is the parents and baby Cyrus. I felt so bad for them. It just rips your heart out. So medical kidnapping is when a child is separated from loving parents based on a disputed medical diagnosis, often involving CPS and hospital staff. In the case of baby Cyrus from Idaho, you know, it's a shocking example.
Yeah, with Mitch Snow's CPS, I'm not sure, but they should have been involved because the child was found. They kept on changing psychologists. So at some point, child protection. Oh, okay. And CPS. Now, patriotic housewife, she lives in West Palm Beach. That's Jeffrey Epstein. And Virginia Giuffre. was from West Palm Beach. And in fact, she said, but patriotic housewife, she said, oh yeah, some of my friends were victims of Epstein. I'm like, okay, she's not going to like me too much. Because I keep on saying, look, Cornelia Guest started this whole sugar baby, excuse me, didn't start, revitalized. She certainly didn't start it. But Cornelia started this whole sugar baby stuff in the 1980s, and I'm sorry, a sugar baby is not the same thing as a young child. Now, Virginia Giuffre, the problem was that she was sexually abused as a child. Now they're saying her father. Up until then, it was a family friend, but around one time I saw 6, but in the memoirs, it says around the age of 9 to 11. Then, of course, she's having behavioral problems. So what does her mother do? Get rid of her. Child Protection Services, I guess she runs away. Child Protection Services gets involved. She goes to Colorado for a while to live with an aunt. That's not working out. So she goes back to Florida. She runs away. And she's 13, 14, 14 there when her memoirs start. I have that. You can look. I did a book review on those. Those are the first memoirs. So at 14, she does get picked up by this sex trafficker, Ron Eppinger. And that's in Miami. So she was with him for 6 months. And this is where all of the things that she describes, the sexual, details, when she's accusing I think really what I read was Prince Andrew. But what she's describing what happened to her when she was with this Eppinger guy when she was 14. And I mean, this is real sex trafficking. He had some Asian girls in there, and it was Jeffrey Epstein was high class. This guy was low class. For her, Epstein was a whole step up in the whole thing. I mean, 14, definitely she's being exploited. This is a criminal, and the guy did go to prison. So she gets liberated by the FBI. Then her mom doesn't want her back at home. She's being sent back to CPS. Then she runs away again, and her father finally convinces the mom. So she goes back to the house. That's when the father gets her a job at Mar-a-Lago. That was a minimum wage job. So anyway, what I was, West Palm Beach. So my whole point with all of that was, excuse me, ladies, don't say that you don't know what's going on in your communities. The girls at the school was like, oh, can you hook me up with Jeffrey Epstein so I can go and give him massages and go shopping as well? I mean, Palm Beach, well, I think that's where the rape of William Kennedy Smith was, back in the 80s. Like, these things have been there for a long time, and communities, everybody in the community, nothing changes. Everybody's like, well, we'll do another documentary. We'll throw some more money, or we'll pass a new law. Now, also in that area, Fort Lauderdale, that's Congressman Clay Shaw. His daughter, Jen, went to Foxcroft. She was a friend of mine. Oh, she's canceled me. Jen Shaw Wilder. Now, her father was the author of the Missing Child Act, and that gave rise to the Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Now, the Center for Missing and Exploited Children is a key agency in this whole racket between CPS, that agency, the money flow, the foster care, the adoption. It is all one big child trafficking organization, network, if you will. Um, so, it's like, how many more documentaries are we going to have about all of this stuff? I mean, oh, this I included in here. I have gone 3 hours and a half. That's nobody's gonna walk at this. So I'm gonna have to break it down. Nobody will watch this long. Um, Now this I have included in here. I'll get into that in the next presentation, or probably maybe after that. But we'll get into the occult women, because really the women are the ones who are the how shall I say it, the spiritual, whether it be a religious spiritual one or the kind of dark witches and all of that stuff. Now this, let's see here, let's look at this. Come on.
Big media and big government are censoring the truth. President Trump defeated the fake news monopoly through local news and voices. And the Nexstar Tegna deal helps to finish the fight by creating more local news. Keep news local for a greater America.
Hello, welcome to Trick or Smart. I forgot to make this public until about a minute ago. Whoops, never done that before. Networks exploiting the vulnerable, especially the poor, the helpless, and the young. And yeah, it didn't end with history books. Hundreds of thousands of kids vanish in America every year. So upwards of 800,000 I've seen today. Many from margins where no one's looking too hard. Piece by piece, these stories are disturbing on their own. Stitch them together, and suddenly the puzzle starts whispering back. But hey, before we dive into the rabbit hole, TPUSA is already buzzing about a Vance Kirk ticket for 2028. And Erica's given JD her full-throated endorsement. So let's jump to that first. I don't know if you know about this. You've seen this most likely.
We're going to ensure that President Trump has Congress for all 4 years. We are going to get my husband's friend, JD Vance, elected for 48 and the most resounding way possible.
So you've probably already seen this, right? You know that she's endorsing JD Vance. I don't know if you've seen this or not, though, yet. This is Frank Turek, Rob McCoy, and Mikey McCoy. And this conversation is very unsettling for many people. This is them talking about Erica Kirk and JD Vance running in 2028. But there's a few things about it that are very off, and I want to give credit to Allie Top Files, of course. Go check her out, subscribe, and also look for her on X.
The ticket in 2028 is going to be Vance Kirk. And I said, I don't know if you want to take it because I don't think you're going to have the same effect as the president of Turning Point USA. But you know what? Between you and me and our listeners, I'm not giving up on the Vance Kirk ticket.
Well, it's very exciting right there. But
I think Erica would be an amazing president someday. But
now, why is that interesting? Because people are saying that Charlie Kirk would make a amazing president someday. Obviously, he wouldn't have been able to do 2028 because he wouldn't have been 35 yet. But it's interesting that now she's kind of stepping into his shoes. She's taken over CEO position at TPUSA. She has also apparently, maybe, according to this, is thinking about political aspirations and becoming president or vice president. And that's what people were saying Charlie was going to do. And check out this video because they go in depth into like his journals and different things, almost making it seem like Charlie wanted her to do all of this and like left a blueprint for her. But this part was strange here. Listen to this.
He left behind these blueprints for her. And
for you.
Yeah, there you go.
And for you, Mikey.
Yeah.
Did you see that? So he said Charlie left behind these blueprints, which a lot of people aren't buying that either, for Erica Kirk. But now you saw that Frank Turek was just like, and you, Mikey, right? And then you remember Rob McCoy was talking about how amazing his son is and how he couldn't believe how great of a general and that kind of stuff he was, commanding people and directing them. It's very strange. This almost seems like they don't want to, they're not happy just assisting in politics. It seems like they want to take over politics. Very strange. All right, so now today our main focus is Fort Huachuca. So if you don't know where it is, it's a pretty sizable fort, and it is right on the border. So if I zoom out here, you can see it's right here in Arizona, and then right across the border, you have Mexico. So it's sitting right there. Obviously, there's you have the peaks and stuff between, but they have pretty easy access. So I started thinking about this. Is there anything about this that is interesting or that warrants any deeper research? And I started digging in a little bit. And hopefully everyone can hear me all right. Let me check the chat here really quick. Yep. Okay, I see everyone. Hello, everyone. I see the new people coming in. All right, so yeah, I saw some people doing the pukey face to those three, and I don't blame you. All right, so like I was saying, anywhere from 400 to 800,000 migrant children are missing every year. But then since 2020, specifically, they're talking about these migrant children on the border. So if you remember, there was, I think it was 85,000 up to 400,000, somewhere in there, of children that were unaccounted for. And they're being handled by, I believe, DHS and some other military and government, offices are handling them. And I was very curious, like, what does the fort do, right? Because we've heard about Fort Huachuca, we've heard about Mitch, we've had Candace kind of bring it up, we've heard Barron talk about it, but what do they actually do? We know they do some intelligence, but I wanted to dig deeper than that. So Fort Huachuca is a United States Army installation. It is in Arizona. It started off basically as like an anti-Native American type of post to protect the border. And today they have about 18,000 people on post. And Fort Huachuca is the headquarters of Army Military Auxiliary Radio System. Others include Joint Interoperability Test Command, the Information Systems Engineering Command, and the Electric Proving Grounds, and the Intelligence and Electronic Warfare Directorate. So they do a lot of stuff with drones, UAVs, and I saw something that said they switched that over to a different base in 2006, but based on the stuff I've heard lately, I don't know if that's completely true. I don't know if all of it went to a different base, but definitely intelligence. And then I'll come down here really quick. After the surrender of Geronimo in 1886, the Apache threat was extinguished, but the Army continued to operate Fort Huachuca because of its strategic border position. Remember, I already lost it over there. That's fine. Just remember, it's right on that border with Mexico. They basically have direct access.
Big media and big government are censoring the truth. President Trump defeated the...
I hope this is not gonna... Let's open it up.
Hello. Welcome to Trick is Smart. So, yeah, I saw some people doing the pukey face. American type of post to protect the border. And today they have about 18,000 people on post. And Fort Huachuca is the headquarters of Army Military Auxiliary Radio System. Others include Joint Interoperability Test Command, the Information Systems Engineering Command, and the Electric Proving Grounds, and the Intelligence and Electronic Warfare Directorate. So they do a lot of stuff with drones, UAVs, and I saw something that said they switched that over to a different base in 2006, but based on the stuff I've heard lately, I don't know if that's completely true. I don't know if all of it went to a different base, but definitely intelligence. And then I'll come down here really quick. After the surrender of Geronimo in 1886, the Apache threat was extinguished, but the Army continued to operate Fort Huachuca. I was talking about in the comments, have you actually seen Grok be like Democratic or Republican when you're asking questions? And I said, you have to be fair. You have to look at both sides of it and pull all that information. That's funny. Code name should be Fort Chihuahua. All right. So Fort Huachuca is a major U.S. installation near Sierra Vista, spanning about 76,000 acres, very large base, hub for military intelligence, cybersecurity, electronic warfare testing, and unmanned UAS training. All right. I've only highlighted the things I specifically want to talk about. So it trains soldiers in military intelligence disciplines like human intelligence, signals intelligence, geospatial intelligence, and counterintelligence. It also hosts the Army Network Enterprise Technology Command for cyberspace operations. It operates radar equipment, tethered aerostat for DEA drug interdiction and military auxiliary radio system headquarters. So basically, they're doing the most important military, cyberspace, and unmanned vehicle research and testing and that kind of stuff that there is in the United States. Fort Huachuca is a major site for defense contracting, particularly intelligence, IT, and testing. Subcontracting opportunities available. They currently have 49 open bids. This includes people that are not in the US. So this includes overseas. Now I want to look into foreign ties. So they do host international military students at the intelligence school, which seems like that isn't a good idea. Why would you have other foreign intelligence come to the US to learn how the US does intelligence? That seems kind of counterproductive. And then they do diplomatic engagements and then border and drug interdiction. Let's see. Now, this is the important piece. Broader context, it's linked to global defense through testing. Iron Dome integration via contractors like Raytheon. Okay. So I was looking to, where are you at? Here we go. Grok it previously has said this. I don't know if it's 100% verified. Erica Kirk's father, Kent Francevy, worked as a program manager for Raytheon, a defense contractor with U.S. government ties, including Israel. Her mother, Lori Francevy, is CEO of E3 Tech Group, which has contracts with DHS and DoD. And remember that Erica and her mother moved to Arizona to have that contract with the military there. So it's very interesting. And then, you know, the DoD involvement, is it specifically Fort Huachuca? I don't know if it's specifically Fort Huachuca, but I find it's interesting that the whole family's kind of there. Raytheon, her mom, drone testing, UAVs, all that, right? But this is where I was like, okay, so what? There has to be more. There has to be more than this, because we have all this military stuff, drones, whatever, great. There's intelligence, great. That's always existed. So I want to dig deeper. So criminal activity and scandals. This is where it got interesting. Public records show several incidents involving personnel, often related to, I'll say, youth exploitation, because I don't want the algorithm to freak out, smuggling, and corruption. There is youth abuse. You can read that on the screen. I'm not going to say that on the stream. There's youth molestation. There's youth pornography. And then, of course, there's drug-related stuff, which you would expect right on the border. There's also smuggling of humans, right? So investigation revealed soldiers accused of assault, that type, were less likely to be confined pre-trial compared to other crimes. So they got kind of like an easy out, right, for these people. And then obviously there's a lot of conspiracies about psyops with the base because of the intelligence piece of it. And there's also, I didn't know about this either, claims of underground bases for NSA CIA activities, genetic manipulation, mind control, or population control. I found that very interesting. So they say it's speculative, of course. We have to say these are allegations. But as I was digging deeper through this, I said, okay, what do they do there? So they have the Joint Task Force Southern Border. So they take care of the border, right? So they have all this intelligence stuff. They have all this UAV stuff. And Erica Kirk's mother and father had military contracts, and her mom supposedly does some work with Fort Huachuca and some of these other places in Arizona. And her father did some work with Raytheon, which has also been linked to Fort Huachuca. All right, so digging in, they coordinate full-scale, agile, multi-domain operations, border patrol efforts, illicit activities for crossings and trafficking. The trafficking was the piece I was really focused on. And then it talks about how they host intelligence network and electronic warfare units. Okay, so they do border control in addition to the intelligence. So I started digging in deeper, and I said, what does this have to do? I know there's the whole like Mitch thing, right? Like this meeting where maybe they met and there was something there. And Mitch said he saw Erica and he saw Cabot and he saw, you know, Brian Harple. I know that piece is there, but separate from that, I found all of this stuff. And that's making me think there might be more going on than just maybe even possibly what happened to Charlie. So it says Fort Huachuca hosts PSYOP training through the U.S. Army. Let's see. I just want to skip some of the stuff we've already talked about. Okay, so youth exploitation, right? We know about that. And there's cases that are proven. We know about human smuggling, right? Human trafficking. We know about that. There's proven cases. And then we also have apparently some serial killers and stuff like that, which, you know, it's not uncommon, unfortunately, with the military bases and stuff. So how is this linked? Well, it talks about the Charlie Kirk case and Candace Owens and everything else. It talks about, you know, the official FBI narrative, which I don't know how many people believe that, but it talks about how Candace was talking about Fort Huachuca and Mitch and all that kind of stuff, right? And I said, well, that's kind of one-sided. So I said, dig deeper, but don't make this like a political thing, right? Like I want to hear both sides of it. Well, Fort Huachuca hosts PSYOP training. PSYOP training, remember that, through the Intelligence Center. And they used it in Desert Storm. They've been doing it for years. This goes all the way back to World War I. So they've been doing this for decades, right? Military intelligence background, yep, goes through World War I, World War II, and Vietnam War. Now, I'm getting to something here in a minute. I know a lot of you guys are like, hey, you're reading this stuff, it's good information, but I'm connecting this stuff here in a second, and that's why I'm showing this. So the PSYOP, Desert Storm, intelligence support to PSYOPs, counterintelligence, human intelligence. They have 78 intelligence-related courses for over 12,000 personnel annually. So they're training 12,000 U.S. and international agents, soldiers, whatever you want to call them, in this intelligence, right? That's a lot of people. And what are they doing with these people? And now recent claims, we talk about online discussions have speculated about Huachuca as a hub for PSYOPs, often tied to QAnon or Mind War, which is Major General Paul Vallely. Remember that name, Major General Paul Vallely, okay? The Mind War doctrine originates from a 1980 U.S. Army paper titled PSYOP to Mind War, authored by Paul Vallely and then this other guy, Michael Aquino, okay? Remember that name, Paul Vallely, very important. And basically, if you sum it up, it's truth-based influence and intelligence. So they try to manipulate people using truth. I don't know if this means like an actual truth or something that seems like truth, but the way they do it is through media, as you would expect. Operations use global electronic TV, radio, and all that kind of stuff. And they do it through, back in the day, they did it through leaflets and loudspeakers. And they say that it begins before physical conflict, and they want to basically win the war just mentally. So remember, Paul Vallely, he's a retired major general focused on innovating PSYOP post-Vietnam. Okay, so criticisms. They say there's conspiracy interpretations often portrayed as a blueprint for mind control. Now remember that Mikey McCoy and Frank Turek, and I don't know if Erica said this as well, but a lot of TPUSA people keep saying that Charlie left a blueprint for everything, a blueprint for her to become president, a blueprint for her to become CEO. And it's very strange that there's these PSYOPs linked to Fort Huachuca. And as we're going to see here somewhere else, it's very interesting because they're using this terminology, a blueprint for mind control and domestic propaganda, and then also weapon use. Now, there's suggestions that some of this is actually tied back to satanic rituals and things like that as well. I don't really get too much into that stuff, but that was in here. So I just want to make sure you know, yeah, Amina was a Satanist, yeah. So you are right, Ian in Michigan. I saw some stuff that he was a Satanist.
Okay, note that he's a Satanist. We'll look at that afterwards.
And did cult-like stuff and whatever else you want to call it, but he was one of the people that was writing this intelligence information for the military. So does that mean that the military is going off of cult-like satanic doctrines and stuff like that? I don't know. But very strange. So as I kept digging, guess what? Paul Vallely is an advisory council board member for TPUSA. And if you go through here, it says Vietnam, talks about his intelligence training, military academy, you know, talks about counterintelligence, anti-drug, all the same stuff that we read about just a second ago. So Paul Vallely, who is a military intelligence person, who worked on these books and all these things with a satanic type of person, right? Together, they wrote all these different ways that things are supposed to be done to manipulate people, counterintelligence, win wars, manipulate the media and people's minds, and then the blueprint, right? We're talking about a blueprint. So we have Vallely here on the board. There are other people who are also working for TPUSA that are also intelligence. So I've seen at least 3 or 4 so far, and one of them is very prominent on X and is a Navy intelligence officer. I find that very interesting that they are working for TPUSA and they're experts in PSYOPs and creating blueprints to control people's minds. All right. So as I'm going through here, You're going to ask, well, how are you tying this all together? So you have Valeli, who has the PSYOP capabilities and intelligence and everything else. He's on the board for TPUSA. Yes, someone's asking, is this TPUSA? Yes, it is. So, and actually, I'll show you here. So it's Turning Point USA up there on the top. It's their website, tpusa.com/team. And you can see him right there. But how's this all tied together? Well, there's allegations, right? I'm not saying that this is 100% true because I don't know. I'm not there. But there's allegations that Erica Kirk has ties to youth trafficking in Romania, right? I had a video on this before. I talked about how she was working with the U.S. military and some other people, and she is accused by a lot of people have come out about this. I don't know if it was her specifically, like her Romanian Angels nonprofit, but her and the people she worked with moving children around. Supposedly they were supposed to be just giving gifts, but there's so many videos that have come out saying that children were being placed with people doing adoptions, right? So that piece is there, right? And then you have, like I said before, you have Fort Huachuca that has had youth trafficking, youth abuse, border patrol, like they control the border and that kind of stuff, work with the border. And there's been, tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 kids that have come up missing, right? They're unaccounted for. That was during the Biden administration. And then you have, 800,000 kids a year that disappear. And in Ukraine, it was like 200,000, I think was the number. It was a rough estimate of how many kids were missing currently. So it's very interesting that it seems like her and the guy at TPUSA with the PSYOP, Fort Huachuca, the border, and all that stuff kind of seem to be in that same arena, right? And then people are like, well, maybe that's just a coincidence. Okay. And this is just for fun. This is Erica Kirk's Instagram on the left. She's standing with the dudes. Charlie's not there. And then on his Instagram, this is what he posted, right? And actually, let me blow this up a little bit bigger. That's pretty small. Okay. But you can see, so the picture she chose was her with these guys. The picture he chose was them together. And that might kind of go into the mindset that we're talking about here, right? But if you haven't seen this, we're going to watch this really quick. This is Cabot Phillips. And if you don't know, she and Cabot were dating. And this actually covers it pretty well, so I'll just let it play. And this is from Project Constitution. Make sure you guys go check him out. Obviously, he's very active everywhere and does a ton of work. No one can be right 100% of the time, but he does share some very interesting stuff. So definitely go check him out and give him a follow.
I ain't gonna believe what I just discovered, dude. Pizza thing on Cabot, and that's not what I'm talking about. But listen, so we know the bookshelf, right? The bookshelf, did y'all see the books? The Secret History of Israel's Targeted Assassinations. Rise and K first. Are you freaking kidding me? Not to mention Mr. Cabot put, pizza talk is the new pillow talk. You tweeted this in 2018, dude, and you know what pizza means. Let's go through some of the books you have on your shelf, shall we? In the Name of the Children. An FBI agent's relentless pursuit of the nation's worst predators. So you know what pizza means, Cabot. Hey, Cabot, check out cannibalism right here, Cabot. I mean, what a perfectly natural history. Okay, Cabot. Hey, Cabot, how about this one right here? It's called Stiff. It's also on your bookshelf. The Curious Lives of Human Cadavers. Are you kidding me, Cabot? It's time we have a little talk, Cabot. And I want to know what exactly y'all are hiding. Yes, we're that couple who does painting lessons together. Yeah. That's in 2017, September. Take a look right here. You and Charlie, 2017, September. Yet she didn't know who Charlie was. Charlie didn't know who she was. Are you kidding me? You're posting pictures of you and Charlie and then you and her. Like, come on, man. We're not stupid. But back to the pizza thing, Cabot. I want to know, did you really get this tattooed on your lip, man? Like, Cabot, is this a real, like an actual tattoo? Because why would you do that, man, when you clearly know what's going on, bro? You doing it for attention, for clout? It's pretty sick if you are, dude. Then you got your little How to Fight Like Charlie with Cabot Phillips. Oh, yeah, November 20th. I guess I already missed that one, didn't I? It's just a fact of all this, man. Everybody's tired of all the BS, all the lies, all the hidden secrets, all this, all that. But the pizza thing, man, like, it blows my mind how so many people see it and they're like, oh, well, it's no big deal. Yeah, it is a big deal.
Now, for any of you that don't know what pizza is, many of the elites, politicians, billionaires, that kind of stuff, there's allegations that whenever they want to have, I don't know if you can see that fly, but it keeps bothering me. But there's some allegations that if anytime they wanted a young adult, possibly underage, as company to do with what they choose, they would order a pizza, right? And there's Pizzagate. There's different ways that they would do it. This has been widely talked about. So that's why he's getting so much flack about this pizza thing. But now I'll let this finish playing. But now just think about everything I've talked about, right? We have the PSYOPs, we have the intelligence, we have the Vance and JD with Kirk presidential thing that's trying to be pushed out there. We have, Cabot Phillips with the Pizzagate thing. We have Erica Kirk with the Romanian Angels thing. We have the fact that her parents work with, Raytheon and do that kind of stuff in Fort Huachuca. We have, Mitch walking in on that. And we have the fact that Charlie, like some of you guys are saying, like, did he find out about something? Did Charlie figure out that maybe an operation of this type was going on? And maybe that's why, they took him out. I don't know. And could this be separate from the financial stuff? It could be. But what if they're using that, those millions of dollars that are supposedly out of place? What if they were using that for an operation like this? Now, again, these are just allegations. This isn't like a factual thing. This is just me trying to connect pieces.
Oh, for sure. This right here is the main thing that we want to protect, the children. And you post stuff like this right here, dude. Are you kidding me? Charlie was very, very, very aware of the pizza thing, too. Also reveals how these use pizza as code word for CP, okay? So Charlie knew, meaning Cabot. It just kills me the fact that Charlie knew all about this and you just think it's okay just to get pizza on your lip when bro. Like, come on. You're not my bro either, by the way, dude. Cabot. This right here, look at all these. This is what Charlie posted. Look, pizza link. This was all over like Meta and stuff. I mean, just, it's just sickening to me, man. It's so sickening how this stuff continues on.
So as you can see, there's a lot of pieces, a lot of moving pieces, right?
I ain't gonna believe what I just discovered, dude. Pizza.
So obviously I've shown a lot of stuff, but I mean, this raises a lot of interesting questions. Obviously, like I said, I just kind of started piecing these things together and like pulling different threads. And as you start to look through all the different people involved and their past and allegations against them, and the fact that the fort is on the border and the fort has had, these youth allegations against them for abuse and trafficking and everything else, on the record officially, like people have officially been in trouble for this. This isn't like people just talk about it. Like this is public records. So I find it very interesting and it may all be related or not, but there's some open questions. Does TPUSA have anything to do with trafficking and grooming the youth of America? That's a major question. If these are the type of people that are in TPUSA now, and maybe they've been there the whole time, maybe Charlie was just finding out about this stuff. But if they're in there now, they're adding chapters, and states like Texas are making those chapters mandatory in high schools. Other states are joining in, I believe Tennessee as well. So you have to start asking yourself, are they already putting something in place? Not necessarily towards the Pizzagate piece of it, but you never know. These are older kids at this point. But then you have the piece like, is there any funny business going on between militaries of the world and trafficking? I think we kind of know that in certain areas, especially in war-torn zones, it is not uncommon to have human exploitation. It does happen. It's already been shown. I showed it in other videos in Ukraine right now with the current war. But the bigger question is this much bigger than just TPUSA in Fort Huachuca? That's the major question.
Okay. So you can see I'll have the slides and you can go into the slides. Now we're going to go back into this. Let's see. Because here, before we look into, let's do this one first, since we're at the border in Arizona.
For over 600 years, the London Bridge stood over blood-soaked water. Today, it sits quietly in Arizona. And the real question is why? So welcome back, friends and family of the internet. Wow. Do we have a video for you? Get a hot beverage, unless you're in South Louisiana where the temperatures are 75 degrees. I suggest getting something iced. Sit down and let's do this, friends and family of the internet. We're going to talk about ritual symbolism. We're going to talk about the little g old gods rising. We're going to talk about everything from the medieval London Bridge that was completed in 1209 that actually had children entombed in the base of it to help it stand. We're going to talk about liminal spaces. We're going to talk about vortexes. We are going deep today because just like you, I feel it in my spirit that we are so close to our homecoming with the Lord, and therefore God tells us to be as wise as serpents, but as innocent as doves. Can I get an amen? So we're just going to study. I'm going to give you an opening here I found that I thought was pretty cool. Everything that I show you, every video, every article, you can find it linked underneath the title where it says more. You click right there, it's going to drop down and it's going to give you all of this so you can be your own researcher.
Medieval builders believed burying a living person in a bridge's foundations would make it stand forever. The London Bridge child sacrifice legend claims a child was entombed alive when the bridge was constructed, their spirit trapped to protect the structure. This terrifying belief wasn't unique to London. Foundation sacrifice appeared in cultures across Europe and Asia. The famous nursery rhyme, "London Bridge is falling down," may echo these dark medieval superstitions. Some historians believe the rhyme's haunting lyrics about watching all night and setting guards reference ancient protective rituals. Medieval Londoners took bridge construction seriously. The Thames was treacherous and bridges collapsed regularly. But here's where it gets really interesting. Whilst no evidence confirms a sacrifice at London Bridge specifically, archaeologists have discovered human remains deliberately placed in the foundations of other ancient British structures. Iron Age settlements reveal bodies positioned in post holes and beneath doorways. These weren't accidental burials. They were intentional placements meant to ward off evil spirits and ensure structural stability.
Right. So there we go. We know it's true. We know that they did it. But there is something more about bridges in particular, and especially water, friends and family. So the Bible tells us what water is. Let's start with the Bible. Water is a symbol of the Holy Spirit. The concept of living water is a profound and recurring symbol in the Bible, representing the Holy Spirit's life-giving and sustaining presence. This imagery is deep-rooted in both Old and New Testaments, illustrating the transformative and renewing power of God's Spirit in the lives of believers. In Isaiah 44:3, the promise of the Spirit is likened to water poured on a thirsty land. For I will pour out water on thirsty land and streams on the dry ground. I will pour out my Spirit on your offspring and my blessing on your descendants. It's renewal, it's blessing, it's life, it's growth. But there is something very interesting about the occult. They mimic God. Satan is a mimic. He is mimicry. He is the everything opposite of our Lord, our Father, our Savior, and the Holy Spirit. It goes on to say in John 7:37-39, during the Feast of Tabernacles, Jesus declares, "If anyone is thirsty, let him come to me and drink. Whoever believes in me, as the scripture has said, streams of living water will flow from within him." This is a highlighted promise that the Holy Spirit will indwell in us. His presence is empowering and sustaining. Well, you've got to look at the opposite of that when you're dealing with the occult. So they believed that water was a crucial role in all of their religious ceremonies and mythology across all ancient civilizations. It is a life-giving force. So water is often associated with purification, renewal, and divine intervention. Now, the thing about bridges, bridges are a linking point, much like, if I'm understanding this, correct me if I'm wrong, like ley lines. The fact that they moved the London Bridge, now this was not the original, remember that. This is one that had been there over a century, over 100 years. It was picked up and it was transported to Lake Havasu, Arizona, in the middle of a desert. Now, occult symbolism is water is boundaries between worlds, okay? So they see it as a splitting. Bridges are gateways, thresholds, and central points. Now, what a lot of people don't understand about the London Bridge, the place, the original pillars stayed. Every time they would just kind of rebuild the central part of the bridge. From the 1300s to the 1600s, executed traders would have their heads displayed on pikes and spikes along the bridge. Anytime a noble or a rebel or a religious dissenter cut up, they were off with their head and onto the bridge. Now, something else is we're going to get to the song, The London Bridge. I believe the London Bridge is a 1,000-year-old ritual site. There may have been 12 bridges built across the river in that exact spot, but that spot is extremely powerful for the occult. So in the 1960s, when Robert P. McCullough bought the London Bridge that had stood for over 100 years in London, and then transported it again in the 1960s to the middle of the desert in Arizona at an old military base for the price of $2.46 million, and then reassembled it in 1971, it makes Samantha's hair tingle. So most of you know who Nathan Reynolds is. Again, I'm going to link everything in description, but I want you to hear him talk about the power behind the London Bridge.
When you continue to break that, you get into this state of transgression, which is like rebellion. You're just like hardening yourself off, and you're embracing that. But iniquity is fully embracing the evil. And what it literally does is it physiologically changes you at the DNA level. It alters your genetics. It changes you epigenetically. That means like the changes that happen within you mentally, emotionally, spiritually, sexually, psychologically get passed on to your children, to the third and fourth generations. And what that means is that people embrace that, and then they keep cultivating that in their children. And my great grandfather on my dad's side and my grandfather on my mother's side were both fully committed to that. They have embraced this path of darkness, and they found by walking in this iniquity that it's like a power source that they could plug into, like a battery that would fuel their empire building. And so he built it.
Remember, from day one, I have always said that Charlie Kirk's assassination, very public, whether or not you believe it was fake, it was AI, he's still alive in Valhalla in New Zealand, regardless of any of that. The trauma of that public assassination and over 8 billion people watching it worldwide was to charge an occultic battery for something big that is coming. Because if you didn't see Erica Kirk and her tail, we're going to get there.
An empire in a city called Lake Havasu City, Arizona, where they designed this city in the middle of the desert, place where it's like literally on the boundary zones of where Death Valley really begins in Arizona and California. It has the Colorado River coming there. And they dammed this up and they created a party city for retirees that they could have access to children on a regular basis to facilitate child sex crimes, child exploitation rings. And the individual who founded this, a guy named McCulloch, he literally stated that this was so that he could do mind control experiments, MK experiments, there in the desert. It was a former United States military Army Air Base. The Air Force didn't exist back during World War II. It was the Army Air Force, Army Air Bases. And this was an air base that was created out there in the desert. So planes that were flying across the desert, if they got in trouble, they could stop there. But he purchased this land and he purchased the London Bridge, the literal London Bridge from Lake Havasu City, in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, had it brought over from the Thames River in London and created a sovereign city-state for the city of London. The city of London is not a part of England, not a part of Great Britain, just like Washington, D.C. has the District of Columbia, which is not part of the United States.
Let me read this to you guys real quick. All right, it says the name of the game is the three-city empire. Separate sovereign states are private corporate empires and function outside the jurisdiction of the countries they reside in, having their own flag, their own laws, their own police. They have their own news stations, and these empire states pay no taxes to the host city. So right now, you've got allegiance to the crown is given to a corporation. The Corporation of London is Crown Corporation. The British dynasty does not control the world. The crown does. The Crown Corporation of London, Corporation of London, sister city of London, a separate sovereign state within the U.S., is Washington, D.C. Corporation. Now, if you know, Washington controls the military. Vatican City controls religion. The inner city of London is where everything, money, finances, all of that, right? Which is why, if you notice how quickly the Islamic takeover of London was, every little borough, every little mayor, every little head of every town in London right now is Islamic. All right? Because in the video I did for you guys yesterday, at the end of it, I explained the Sharia law financial system and the tokenization of assets versus the debt system that we as an economy in America work on. The Western world runs on debt trading. That's against Sharia law. So this Islamic takeover means that they must take over the financial systems. So that is why London was their very first takeover. This is deep.
Okay, so I remember when we moved to London we left Tucson in 77. And like the Middle Easterns were just starting to come. I mean, that was taking over Knightsbridge. I mean, remember the first month we were there, it was in December, and we had this huge house in Knightsbridge, and they just got it. My parents got it for a month, and they got it at a really good price because they said no, the Iranians or the Middle Easterns, they pay anything we ask. And so we did, and I remember that was starting at the time already in the 70s. People were like, they're all over the place, at least in Knightsbridge.
Okay, so let's keep going.
It's a sovereign territory of itself. There's a third empire city, which is the Vatican, which is in Rome, but it's not Rome. And so these are the three sovereign city-states that really empires that run the world. They created a sovereign legal territory there at Lake Havasu City, Arizona, so that they could have no legal recourse whatsoever when people wanted to engage in child trafficking, pedophilia, incest, and this abasement of children. And that's why they utilized this building, the London Bridge, where they used to entomb children, sacrifice children, and put them inside the walls of the building of the facade stones to hold the bridge up. This is why they sing that song. The London Bridge is falling down, falling down. Oh my gosh. That's why that song, that nursery rhyme has been programmed into generations of people. Yeah. Because that is literally all about why we have to be willing to give our children over to the system, and so that we can hold up the empire. If people are willing to sacrifice their children, they're willing to do anything for the government that they serve. It shows true slavery, that you're in total bondage and you're willing to give your children over to them. And so I know this is a big stretch for some people to understand, but it's been happening from the beginning of time, that this iniquity, this power source for the kingdom of darkness darkens and sears people's consciences off.
What do you think? Send your children off to war. I mean,
So they cannot even hear the truth or see the truth. They get blinded and beguiled, and they're willing to go to such an extent to pervert their children. And this is what I was born into. And what we'll be talking about today is literally the process of what it took to kind of snatch me out of those fiery flames of darkness.
Love it. Wow. I mean, such a story. Let me ask you a couple questions. Knights of Columbus, is that a secret society? Can you kind of explain what that is? Is that like a brotherhood or?
Yes. So the Knights of Columbus is what the Pope has called like his right hand. The second hand of the Pope would be the Jesuits. This would be like the black magic, the black money, people that are willing to do all kinds of radical, intelligent evil, open face. So, and the Knights of Columbus, however, is.
Now I think I know why Ed Martin is ignoring me.
The largest fraternal organization, brotherhood, that exists in the world. And it is set up as in couch to some. It's a secret order, as in you can't just walk in there. You cannot join it. You know, you can't join it. You can't go in there and film all their activities, technically. You can't go in there and participate in it unless you are brought into the system. So,
all right. Here is the alleged Knights of Columbus oath. I, whatever name, now in the presence of Almighty God, the Blessed Virgin Mary, the Blessed St. John the Baptist, the Holy Apostles, St. Peter, St. Paul, and all the saints, sacred host of heaven, and to you, my ghostly father, the Superior General of the Society of Jesus, founded by Ignatius Loyola in the pontification of Paul III, and continued to be present, do by the womb of the Virgin, the matrix of God, and the rod of Jesus Christ, declare and swear that His Holiness the Pope is Christ's vice-regent and is the true and only head of the Catholic or Universal Church. Did y'all read that? The head of the Catholic or Universal Church. In other words, we don't care what religion you are, the Pope is over you and is the true and only head of the Catholic or Universal Church throughout the earth, and that by virtue of the keys of binding and loosing given His Holiness by my Savior Jesus Christ, He hath power to dispose of heretical kings, princes, states, commonwealths, and governments, that they may be safely destroyed. Therefore, to the utmost of my power, I will defend this doctrine and His Holiness's right and custom against all usurpers of the heretical or Protestant authority, whatever, especially the Lutheran Church of Germany, Holland, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, and now pretended authority in churches of England and Scotland, and the branches of the same now established in Ireland and on the continent of America and elsewhere, and all adherents in regard that they may be usurped and heretical, opposing the sacred Mother Church of Rome. I now denounce and disown any allegiance due to any heretical king, prince, or state named Protestant or liberal, or obedience to any of their laws, magistrates, or officers. So again, if you want to understand why Samantha, for the first time in her life, may not be recorded as a Republican going into the 2028 presidential election, because I cannot vote for whoever they're going to put up for Democrat. Like, my conscience will not allow that. But I cannot vote for these Catholic men that they're going to shove. They're not even going to give us an option on the Republican side that there is not a sold out either Columbus or Jesuit knight in order. And I'm not voting for J.D. Vance, guys. I don't know about you. I'm just saying I cannot do it.
Yes, it's a closed society, a secret society.
Okay.
The oaths that they swear that the
You can look into all of that. It is, because that is an hour long. So it's very interesting. I mean, Starkey Farmstead, she goes in to lots of, she's very knowledgeable about the Bible. So it's all very, she goes all what you all call rabbit holes, but very interesting things. So I remember Lake Havasu, we went there. I mean, I knew nothing about all of this children's stuff. It's this London Bridge in the middle of Arizona. Um, I was told, no, the guy, he bought the wrong bridge. They said, oh yeah, you're the American, you want to buy London Bridge, yeah. So yeah, that's needs a little bit more research into what exactly is going on over there, but definitely with all of the child trafficking and sex trafficking that I'm seeing all over the place, and everyone wants to shut me up about it, I was like, oh my goodness. So that takes us, then let's go to this one. Come there. Here it comes. Oops, where is it?
To blackmail and to control question between the child trafficking, adrenochrome manufacture, and how this is used to blackmail and to control, Wall Street and also politics.
And judges. Let me start by giving the president very high marks. He did 2 executive orders, one in December 2017, one in January 2020, that are hugely significant on human trafficking. Human trafficking, and particularly child trafficking, underlies every other great crime in this country. Children are now more valuable than drugs for criminal transactions. As best I can tell, toward 8 million children a year are being abducted.
How many?
And 8 million. Toward 8 million children a year. In the United States, it's 800,000 to 1 million.
Wow.
All right. This is very serious stuff. Yeah. And part of the problem is that wars create refugees. And if you look at Hillary Clinton, for example, the Haitian disaster, her friends were in there scooping up children.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Say that. This is a matter of record.
Yeah.
Now, let me go back to the whole thing of child sacrifice, adrenochrome, and so forth. I didn't believe it myself, but Pizzagate woke me up. Is it Pizzagate or Comet Pizza? All of that. That woke me up, and I started looking into it, and I connected with an author, a West Point graduate. That's our Sandhurst, I guess. A West Point graduate, Joaquim Hagopian. And with my encouragement, he has written a book to which I wrote the foreword called, and this is free online. Everything I do is free online because my whole point is to try and raise public awareness and so forth.
Your website, robertsteele.com.
No, robertdavidsteele.com.
robertdavidsteele.com. Somebody will put it in the links. Mark, if you could put it in the links, it's our technical division.
Right.
Basically,
because my whole point is to try and raise public awareness and so forth.
Your website, robertsteele.com.
No, robertdavidsteele.com.
robertdavidsteele.com. Somebody will put it in the links. Mark, if you could put it in the links, it's our technical division.
Right.
Basically, and they can read about this. This is not something that is a secret to them. If they want to go on to, they can do their research on your website.
I gotta give Amazon high credit because they haven't censored these books or these chapters. They're also free online. I mean, people who know tinyurl.com just go to Pedo Empire.
Okay.
That's the short URL. But under my encouragement, Joaquin has produced 34 chapters so far, with additional chapters to come. And each chapter documents pedophilia going back into time. This is not new. I mean, the Aztecs and the Mayans were sacrificing children and drinking their blood and so forth. And drinking a child's blood without torturing the child is a known anti-aging device. Peter Thiel is on record in the newspaper saying he gets a transfusion of child's blood every day. All right. Now, the question is, what about torturing children? So we have pedophilia, which is child sex abuse. Then we have torturing children to create adrenochrome. And the easiest way I've found to explain this to people is to think about how the Chinese torture dogs. They basically boil dogs alive. And the reason they do that is because it changes the flavor of the meat. And what it's doing is it's pumping adrenaline from the tortured dog into the blood. And that's what's changing the flavor. Okay? Now, I have never participated in a satanic ritual abuse act. I've never talked to anyone who has been present at a satanic ritual abuse act, but Joaquim Hagopian has documented hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of links of people who have testified about all of this stuff, which includes things like forcing fetuses to be delivered and eaten on site as part of the ritual. Now, let me stop there. Participated in a satanic ritual abuse act. I've never talked to anyone who has been present at a satanic ritual abuse act, but Joaquim Hagopian has documented hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of links of people who have testified about all of this stuff, which includes things like forcing fetuses to be delivered and eaten on site as part of the ritual. Now, let me stop there and just say that Sidney Powell, I'm a huge fan of Sidney Powell, Mike Flynn's lawyer. I like to say that the only difference between Sidney Powell as a pit bull is that one wears pearls. Okay? She is a monster. And I would like to see her be a Supreme Court justice, because there's no one else in America that is standing up to crooked judges and crooked prosecutors. And by the way, crooked judges are running children into pedophilia by taking them away from their parents, and they're running the elderly to their graves in order to strip them of their estate. And the way this works is the elder person is drugged up, then the sheriff takes them away, then the estate is sold, and the judge, the prosecutor, the sheriff, and the doctor all split the proceeds. Okay? Sidney Powell gave a speech recently at a university in which he talked about what was known to have been on the Weiner laptop, which had all of the Hillary Clinton and Huma Abed stuff. And what she said was that what the New York police saw on that laptop caused them to vomit. I cannot overstate.
That's a New York police officer.
Yes, multiple officers. Right, actually, I love the New York police.
Let's just say that again. That's a New York police officer who's seen a few things over the life of being a New York police officer. That's not a cozy job. That's not like a...
What I'm trying to say here is two things. The first is, before the FBI under Obama came in to confiscate the laptop and try to protect Clinton, the New York Police Department copied it. And the second thing I'm going to say is, I'm quite confident the President of the United States of America knows all of this in detail.
Okay, so let's see, in the next one, this was the Cabot Phillips pizza tattoo.
Hello, and welcome back for another episode of Patriotic Housewife. You guys, we are going to dig into the pizza tattoo. I know that I talked about this on the live that I did last Saturday, but I really wanted to do an individual video and deep dive into this because a lot of people were talking about it and asked me to do a separate video on it. So let's just jump in. So Mr. Cabot, for everyone who made jokes about how I pronounced it, which I call him the Timu Charlie Kirk, the knockoff Charlie Kirk. Really, it started off with the knockoff Charlie Kirk, and then everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, it's so funny, the Timu Charlie Kirk." It's a great way to put it, right? So as you guys can see, he has this tattoo on his inner lip. I believe this is all still on his social media, by the way, which I find to be really odd that you would keep this up there. But he's got the word pizza in his inner lip. And I'm sure if we ask questions, they would say, "Oh, it's an innocent tattoo, it's because he likes pizza." Well, that's a little weird to me. I'm not really buying it. Let me know what you guys think. But for those of you that aren't familiar with Pizzagate, allow me to go over it a little bit. So Pizzagate has to do with this person right here. We're just going to do a little look-see right here. And where it really started was, and we got to be careful. I know people get upset, but we have to be careful like of what we talk about on here, just in how we talk about it because of the censoring. And we don't want to get in trouble, but I just want to add this up here. This is going to say from AI, it's debunked, of course. If you go to read his messages, I don't know if you guys remember Cuomo's brother who works for the news station, but he was saying, oh yeah, it's illegal to look at these emails and like you just need to get the information from us. And this was like a whole thing. But anyway, for everybody who's familiar with this whole situation, pizza is how they refer to one gender, and then they use other food related items for other genders. So I find it interesting that he has that tattooed in his lip, and like I said, they'll always make an excuse to kind of like excuse that away. But yeah, I mean, we all know what it means. There were several emails between, it was like Obama was on there. It was like a whole thing. And I'll go deeper into it on my Rumble. I'll do like a video separately where I'll deep dive into this stuff. But see, as you can say, conspiracy theorists falsely alleged that the common food terms such as cheese pizza, interpreted as the initials, hot dog and walnut sauce. No, conspiracy theorists are just people that are talking the truth. And it was a term that the 3-letter agency came up with to try to basically say that we're crazy, but we're not. This was all in emails. So if you guys want to do some like independent research on your own and look into it, I strongly encourage it if you're not familiar. But I do think that the tattoo, here we go. It's just always conspiracy theories, guys. So we're always just conspiracy theorists. It's amazing to me. But I highly suggest that you guys do a little bit of looking on your own, just because it is such a upsetting topic and sensitive topic. And I don't think it's an accident that he has pizza tattooed on the inside of his lip. My personal opinion, allegedly, all those things. I think it's weird. I don't know anybody who would just get that tattooed on the inside of their lip. I mean, you see weird tattoos of people getting like a taco tattooed on them or something, someone who loves tacos. But because of the situation and, not even that long after something happened to Charlie, he's on tour with Turning Point. He's from the Daily Wire. Him and Charlie were friends. It's Erica's ex-boyfriend that she was like trying to delete from, history on the internet of her even dating. She's been doing a lot of like burying of him. Like she doesn't want the connection that they were ever together, which I find to be like really weird because we all have a past. Like everyone has a past. Everyone dated. Most of us anyway dated, especially like I got married at 28. So, I mean, I had plenty of boyfriends before my husband. Yeah, that's just like normal. So why are we trying to hide stuff and delete stuff? I think that's weird. I also think that Erica, trying to delete things, let's say it is innocent, which in my opinion, it doesn't seem innocent. How does she think that that's going to look good? When you start to delete stuff, I just think it starts to look really sinister and worse off than what it really is. So I don't know. You guys let me know what you guys think, but I do think that the pizza tattoo is gross. I don't like it. Maybe that's because of all these the emails, which if you were to Google this person's name, I'll bring this back up on the screen so you guys can see. I would seriously like do some digging into that, and you can find that stuff for yourself just because it is interesting. And like I said, you can't go into
yeah, that's it. Go back. Okay, so we've gone. It's my lord, I've gone 4.5 hours. So I'll just let you go through. These are basically, I've done some clips of the different videos. You can pretty much see, my comment, how I title the clips of these videos. This is Gary Mellon's conversation with Mitch Snow. Here, this is Let's just take a look at this.
All we have is his word. So that's it. That's the only evidence that we have is his word, and it's clear that he will make things up. We just proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, that's kind of where we're at in all this.
He's saying that Mitch is a liar.
God bless you, girlie. Survivor myself, and my twin is going through a horrible situation. Her ex is a vet. We'll keep you in my prayers.
I mean, this is disgusting.
Thanks for sharing your story. God bless everyone. Thank you, Philip Escobar. Mitch is 100% narcissist. I agree. Probably some other things too. David, thank you very much. How many women victims of Mitch are we aware of? What do you think, Lene? I know he's had, 4 wives? 3 wives?
I'm his third wife, and then he was engaged to Candace, so definitely the 4 of us. And
all we have is his word. So that's it. That's the only evidence that we have is his word, and it's.
I mean, just really, really, really. I don't know how Gary can look at himself in the mirror. Really. So as I say, the slides will be in there. You've got all sorts of, there's 4.5 hours I've done. And I still have 1 slide to get to. And here is a link to the conversation that we saw, Gary Melton's full conversation with Mick Snow's arrest. Here's that. There's more information about that. And then, you know what? And at the end of the day, if you saw Mitch was like, look, Candace's investigation and stuff, really not my problem. I got a life. I got to concentrate on getting my kid back. And Candace Owens' response that was in the last presentation was during her ex on live thing the other day. She said, it's his divorce. It's not, I'm concentrated on my investigation into who killed my friend. So both of them are right and both of them are wrong, if you will, because at the end of the day, and this is why it is so important that we assure that Tyler Robinson has due process. And everybody has due process, because what they really want to deter, sorry, it's getting late, and as I say, it's been a long 4.5 hours. So what they want to detract your attention away from are the economic problems, and it's particular, and it's coming clearer and clearer. The bubble, they want to keep the increasing income inequality is by design. That's what they want, and to keep on increasing and increasing. This is why I'm against Bitcoin. It's just another manner to create bubbles. And we've got to fix our banking systems. And I keep on, sorry, I'm really getting tired. I keep on telling everybody, for example, Ian Carroll has an app that when you go to the store, you can see all of the different products that you're buying. Try and buy local, try and buy from businesses. We've got to dismantle the corporations. Unfortunately, I mean, I could break it all up if I could find a small army of lawyers to help. But, Baron Coleman, he doesn't answer his phone when I call him either. I mean, nobody wants to get involved in any unpleasantness. All they want to do is get up on a podium and give speeches. So, unfortunately, I guess I'll have to include this in my next presentation slides, because there are some things that I wanted to get into here. But just know, this is really, it's the economy and it's the future of your children. And all of these, conspiracy, paranoia. No, you're not being paranoid, and there is a conspiracy. Unfortunately, everybody I know has been involved in it for a very, very long time. I mean, the whole thing, what Starkey Farmstead was doing. And the funny thing is Starkey Farmstead lives about 10 minutes from my parents' farm in Louisiana that they had that was stolen from them by Edwin Edwards. And as soon as I clean up the courts, I want to find out what's going on there. I mean, if all of the ruling elite, I know in Arizona, Andy Bob, what is that? Is it Biggs? The Boggs? The Boggs are Louisiana here in DC. Biggs is Arizona. Andy Biggs. I'm pretty sure that if his sister is Melissa Biggs, then yeah, that's the same family. His parents were friends with my parents. He's a bit older than I am. We always used to go to New Year's Eve at the Skyline Country Club with his family. So anyway, he ignores me as well. If all of the ruling elite I knew, not only in the United States, but around the world, were not canceling me and would listen, and I'm like, you guys, this is not going to end well. It's just going to end up in bloodshed. You don't care. You don't care. Everybody thinks that they're protected and that this is just going to keep on going on forever. I mean, even the minimum wage idiots that I work with. It really is a mass hypnosis, mass psyop bullshit. Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to finish it up for tonight. But, yeah, there was a lot there tonight. So have a nice evening and stay safe. Good night.